Good afternoon. This is the Town of Hempstead Board of Appeals, May 20th, 2026, 2 p.m. hearing. Madam Chair, do you have any opening remarks?
Opening remarks?
Okay, for those of you who haven't been here before, and I do see some faces I may not have seen before, the way we work this is the cases will be called in the order in which they're on the calendar, unless there's some extenuating circumstance. The applicant will come forward to present his or her case to the board. If you're here on a case and you're not the applicant, just make sure you've signed in on that case. If you haven't, you can come over here to the side and do it while we're going through the hearing. After the applicant presents his or her case, then anyone else interested in the case will be allowed to have a moment. We'll bring you up to the podium over here, swear you in, and let you have an opportunity to tell the board what it is you'd like to know about, the board to know about the case. If the case involves expert testimony on behalf of the applicant, we'll allow you to ask, if you have questions of the expert, you'll have an opportunity to ask those questions when it's your turn to speak. And then depending on the size of the case, we'll oftentimes allow the applicant to have a final short period of time in the end to summarize and or answer any new issues that have been raised. Any other questions anyone has that I have not answered? Oh, with regard to expert testimony and exhibits, we will apply in general the basic principles of the rules of evidence. We'll accept evidence that is relevant material to what we're doing. If you have something you want to show the board, it has to be in a form that we can keep it. We can't look at photos on your phone. You have to print them. And then when it's your turn to speak, you can tell us you'd like to. We'll go through a few questions about the materials, make sure they're relevant, and that we can trust them in that you made the photographs, you didn't just find them somewhere. And then we'll usually accept those into evidence along with allowing you to give your testimony. Any other questions you have, you can feel free to quietly ask over here if you don't know where you're supposed to sign in or any other of those sort of procedural matters. I think that covers it. Patrick, did I forget anything? All right, let's go ahead.
Madam Chair, we do not have any applications for adjournment this afternoon. We'll begin with cases 276-26, Roosevelt 108 Friends LLC, variances subdivision of lot, front width from and on street line to front setback line, construct dwelling, plot B, demolish existing dwelling, also known as 99 Westfield Avenue. Additionally, we have case 277-26, Roosevelt 108 Friends LLC, variances subdivision of lot, front width from and on street line to front setback line, construct dwelling, plot A, west side Westfield Avenue, 286.65 feet south of Pleasant Avenue. Gentlemen, please stand. Oh, I'm sorry. Raise your hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Thomas McKevitt, Son, Ward Brav Castagnano, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, 11553.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's Michael Lynch, 15 Dewey Street, Huntington, New York. I'm here as the real estate expert on this application.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. I represent the applicant 108 Friends LLC in this matter. The location of subject premises is 99 Westfield Place, Roosevelt, New York, also known as Section 55, Block 558, lots 15 and 16 on the land tax map of Nassau County. This property is located in the resident B zone of the town of Hempstead. Currently at the premises is a property which is 16,500 square feet. It is 100.12 feet wide and 165.02 feet deep. It's currently improved with a one-family dwelling, which according to the Nassau County Assessment Department was constructed in 1924. As you can see, the area, and there's actually no building permits on this property whatsoever because it is non-conforming and essentially is the house as it was. The proposal is to demolish the existing house and build 2 homes in each lot. Each lot will have a width of 50.06 feet and a lot area of 8,250 square feet. Interesting enough, we're not going to be dividing any of the lot lines. One house being lot 15, one will be on lot 16. And if you actually look at it, it almost looks like that this lot was always contemplated to be another house, because when you look at the development of the area and look at all the houses, you have this one house on the southerly side and northern line is vacant. But again, it looks like, at least to me, that there was always intention to be a house there. The only variances that we are required to have is the lot width, because you do require 55 feet, and we're providing 50.06 feet. The lot coverage for the houses will be 25.9%. The front yard setback is going to be 20 feet, where we only need 20.9, because that's the average. The side yard will be 8 feet. The side yard aggregate will be 20.06 feet, and the rear yard will be 93.25 feet, because these are very deep, deep lots as well, too. Each house will have detached garages. With me today is Michael Lynch, who is a licensed New York State real estate appraiser. I know he's appeared before this board many times before, so I ask, after your customary inquiry, that you once can qualify him as a real estate expert.
Okay, Mr. Lynch, I know you've appeared before this board in the past. You've appeared before other boards in the past. Have there been any changes to your credentials since the last time you testified before this board?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll qualify you as an expert to give opinion testimony as it relates to real estate and real estate valuations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. It's Michael Lynch, 15 Dewey Street, Huntington, New York. As Mr. McKevitt pointed out, this property is known as 99 Westfield Avenue in the hamlet of Roosevelt. On the westerly side of Westfield Avenue, 236 feet south of Pleasant Avenue. Section block and lot is 55, block 558, lots 15 and 16. It's 100 by 165 overall parcel, improved with a very small 550 square foot dwelling built in the 1920s. That home, of course, will be raised to make to accommodate the subdivision of the property. This is an older neighborhood of Roosevelt. Lots range anywhere from 40 by 100 up to 80 by 100, with improved with small colonials, capes, and bungalows. Subject property is abutted on its south by a 40 by 165 lot, and on its north by a 50 by 165 lot. It's opposite on its east by a 48 by 100 and a 50 by 100 foot lot.
Mr. Lynch?
Yes.
Is that a?
Oh, yes, let me, thank you,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. Let me submit the exhibits that I prepared.
Okay, what's the first one? Area map with
Yes,
color
this is a-
coding on it?
This is a markup of the radius map.
And what's shown on that in pink?
That's a markup of all the
Thank
non-conforming
you.
with respect to either lot area or lot width
Okay,
within the
we'll accept
100,
those into
200, and
evidence.
300 foot radius.
Well, what about the photos?
These are panels of photographs of the subject property and the immediate surrounding area.
You took the photos, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, I
Fairly and accurately show what they purport to show?
Yes,
Thank you.
I will. And I'll describe those. And then I have two sets of BZA decisions in the Roosevelt community within the nearby area.
What's the difference between the two sets?
Yes, they're both. They're just two sets, but there's
Okay.
7 BZA decisions in each packet.
Okay, we'll accept those in evidence.
No, they're identical.
Identical.
Yes.
I know.
So. through the percentages.
Yeah.
Percentages.
Stephanie, just let the record reflect that Mr. McKevitt and counsel to the board and board members had a short conference at the bench to discuss a proposed change Mr. McKevitt was going to make to the garage location, minor. Go ahead, Mr. McKevitt.
Yes, Madam Chairperson. So my understanding is that there's an issue with the garages in the rear, that because of their location, they exceed 40% of the rear yard at that point, which require a variance. I have consulted with my client, and we are agreeing that we will actually move those garages up 5 feet to take them technically out of the rear yard and therefore not necessitate a variance in another hearing.
Thank you. And Ms. First, in your estimation, would that satisfactorily reduce the rear yard coverage of those garages under the 40?
Yes, that would take up
Oh,
the square footage
terrific.
that
Let's go
needed.
forward. Go ahead, Mr. McKevitt.
Mr. Lynch, back to you.
Okay, great, thank you. So before you, you have the panel of photographs that I had taken approximately 2 weeks ago of the property and the surrounding area. There's a total of 10 photos. Also, the markup of the radius map showing the substandard lots with respect to lot width and/or lot area. And also, I handed in some Board of Appeals decisions within the immediate area, a total of 7 of similar applications.
Mr. Lynch, these included in your markup
Yes.
is lots that are insufficient as to lot area? Because we don't have that here.
No, I know that. No, most of these that are marked up, some are in fact deficient in lot area, but they're primarily marked up with respect to deficiency in lot width.
Yeah, I just don't want to be, I
Yeah,
don't want
no,
it to
no.
be skewed because lot area is not relevant
Correct,
here.
correct. These are all deficient with respect to lot width.
Okay.
Regarding ratios, percentages, within the 100-foot radius, not including the subject property, I counted 16 properties. Of those 16, 9 are deficient with respect to lot width, which is 56%. Within the 200-foot radius, not including the subject property, there are 39 lots, of which 18 are substandard in width, that's 46%. And then within the 300-foot radius, there are 63 lots, of which 33 are deficient with respect to lot width, or 52%. And then along the same side of Westfield Avenue, within the 300-foot radius, there are 11 lots. Of those, 9 are deficient with respect to lot width, or 82%. So as you know, this is in a Residence B zoning district, and we require a minimum of 55 feet in width. So the application this afternoon, as you know, is only for lot width. We just had the modification there now, so the rear yard issue with respect to the garage has been resolved. So we're only looking for the 2 lot width variances for each lot, Lot A and Lot B, but they'll be oversized parcels otherwise at 8,251 square feet. In sum, the plan is overwhelmingly consistent with the pattern of development along Westfield Avenue in the immediate neighborhood. We're proposing 2 new traditional colonials with detached 2-car garages that are consistent with other newer homes in the Roosevelt community. And the detached garages will provide ample off-street parking. The relief is not substantial. Again, it's only 5 feet of width on an otherwise oversized building lots, and especially if taken in context with the immediate area along Westview Avenue. We will not overburden environmental conditions in the area. We're only effectively adding 1 new residence along Westfield Avenue, and the application cannot be achieved without relief from this board. So overall, if the application is approved, it will result in a positive development to the street consistent with the pattern of development up and down Westfield Avenue, and certainly the newly constructed residences will not harm median real property values in the immediate area. And I can answer any questions at this point, Madam Chair, if there are any.
I have no questions, but I did see there was someone else who had signed in, but
That's my client.
Okay, did your client need to speak?
No,
Okay,
he just had to approve moving his garage,
okay,
which he did.
okay. And is there anything else you wish to add, Mr. McKevitt?
Now, the only thing to add on to Mr. Lynch's testimony is, especially when you look on this side of the street, on that west side, 6 of the 7 properties are actually 40-foot in width. And again, there's 1 property north which is 50, then a couple more 40s. So, frankly, the addition of a 50-foot lot is actually, I think, bigger than the area character. I think the area character is 40-foot width, and we're doing 50 feet. So, from the reason Mr. Lynch said, it's not going to have any detriment in area character, and I think does, gel with the community.
And Mr. McKevitt, if the board were inclined to approve this application, would your client consent to the standard new home conditions, which includes that the homes need to be owner-occupied, not rental units?
Yes, we will.
Okay, so with that said, are there any other questions from the board?
There'll be no exterior basement entrance. There is an egress window.
Right.
That will be maintained.
Yes.
No exterior basement entrances.
Yes, my client agrees.
Okay, and that being said, if there's,
You ought to be careful on his height because he's 29'11", right?
if there are no further questions from the board, do I have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Second? All in favor?
There's more over
Thank you,
there.
Mr. McKevitt.
Okay.
Next, we have case 27826, Wantaw, Creative Play Child Care Center Wantaw, LLC, special exception for proposed daycare center in existing building, waive off-street parking, and no provisions for on-site maneuvering aisle for pickup and drop-off of children and attendees, also known as 3309 Merrick Road.
No provision for on-site maneuvering.
Please take a seat, state your name and address for the record.
For the applicant, Thomas McKevitt, son, Ward, Brav, Casignano, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, 11553.
Good afternoon again, Mr. McKevitt.
Wayne Muller, R&M Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York.
Good afternoon, Mr. Muller.
Madam Chairperson, before I begin, I do have a number of photos which I'll give to the council, to the board to hand up to you. These are photos which I personally took on May 9th of 2026 at the subject premises in the surrounding area. They are fair and accurate representations of what I saw at that time. I will mention most notably that was the Friday before Mother's Day, and during my testimony, you'll see why that's relevant.
Thank you, Mr. McKevitt. We'll accept those into evidence.
Thank you very much. I represent the applicant, Creative Play Child Care Center, in this matter. The location of the premises is 3309 Merrick Road, Wantaw, New York, also known as Section 57, Block 133, Lot 432, on the land and tax map of Nassau County. It is located in the Business X zone of the town of Hempstead. It's located at the northeast corner of Merrick Road and Beach Street in Montauk. It is located just west of Arch Street. The original building of this site was constructed in 1955. It was originally constructed as a milk distribution and bottling plant, something you don't see anymore. So there was a variance in front yard setback and off-street parking granted in case number 124 of 1965 on April 30th, 1965 for a western addition to the building, and that was for a wholesale and retail giftware is what it was. When you look at the decision and when you look at the transcript of the hearing, it never mentions exactly what the off-street variance number was. From what I gather, there was about 5 or 6 employees, and it was pretty much they had trucks coming in 2 or 3 times a week where they take in various gifts and novelties and bring them out at that point. So that's what was occurring. And that was an example. When the building was originally built, 3309, which is where we're going in for the daycare, that was the original milk distribution. Eventually, the western portion of the building, that was added on in 1965. A permit was granted by the Department of Buildings in 2016 under permit number 16-6475, and that was for a conversion from previous Prada Tile, which was a tile store which was in the place, and then eventually it was changed to a physical therapy use, which was at the premise for a number of years. And very important is that actually had a requirement of 16 parking spaces for this very building. And Mr. Mueller will soon comment why that's a very relevant number. But again, before we got there, the physical therapy required 16 spaces. And obviously this building provides none.
Just for that physical therapy?
Yes, just physical therapy. Is that correct, Wayne? Yes, that's correct. So that's what we have. So currently, the west side of this building, as you look in the photographs, under photograph number 2, is a place called the Blind Spot, which installs and sells blinds for window treatments. It is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It has very little foot traffic. Again, when I was there on May 9th, I spent approximately an hour at this location, and I never saw a person go in the entire time. I guess everyone's windows are just fine because no one was going into the place. In the middle location is a dance studio. And what's interesting about that dance studio is again, that is pretty much only opened towards the evenings. It starts around 5:15 in the evening. So again, when we're going to be operating, they will not be operating the same time we are. Again, Mr. Mueller will comment on why that's an issue as well, too. My client actually has about 25 years experience in teaching and instructing younger students. She currently has 2 existing creative daycare locations. One is in Elmont and one is Valley Stream. In this location, there'll be 3 classrooms. One will be for infants for the age from 6 weeks to 18 months. Approximately 9 children can fit in that location. There'll be a toddler room for children between 18 months and 36 months. That has an occupancy of 13 children. And then there's a pre-K space, which would be available for children between 36 months and 5 years for an occupancy in 18. Currently, I'm hoping that we're going to be able to, in September, we have an enrollment of 16 students. Initially, we're looking at 3 teachers and 3 employees in the space. As we expand over the years, it may get up to a total of 6 teachers at that point, with a teacher and a teacher assistant. As you're well aware, that daycares are very highly regulated by the New York State Department of Children and Family Services. Random inspections, square footage, health requirements. Again, my client's been running them for several years already, and she's certainly available to go and bring up to this next step. The hours of operation will be Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., closed Saturdays and Sundays. There'll be an opportunity for early drop-off from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. and late pickup from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., which is rather common in the daycare industry. According to my client, as far as the early drop-off, we're only talking like a couple of students, like 2 or 3 students. Most of the students will be coming in from that 8:30 to 9 a.m. hour, and likewise, most students will be picked up around the 4 to 4:30 hour. Again, we're talking maybe 2, 3, 4 that could be there as late as 6 o'clock. So there's very little traffic at that point. One of the variances we're asking for in this instance deals with the lack of a student drop-off location. And obviously, it's a good requirement for the town. I've brought previous daycare cases where we've built buildings from scratch and be able to put this in. Because of the nature of the location, it's just not that possible. So when you look at the original plans run by the architect, they showed a drop-off area right in front of the building there on Merrick Road. And then we have a secondary area along the side on Beach Street. talking to my client, as we all know how this area develops, we just think that to use Merrick Road as your primary drop-off area is just not good practice. As we know, Merrick Road is a very heavily traveled roadway. Cars go very quickly down Merrick Road. And I was thinking especially the opportunity when I had kids in daycare, which was a long time ago because my kids are in college now. How that happened, I don't know. But yes, I'm paying college bills. But what happens is when you got one child on the sidewalk side and you try and get your other child out on the street side and you try and maneuver that with kids on Merrick Road, it's not going to work. I think we all know that. So what we're looking at is when you go up Beach Street, and when you look at particularly at photographs 3, 4, and 5 in the packet I've handed you, when you look at photograph 3, you see blind spot, and you see some area in the rear. But at photographs 4 and 5, you see a gate back there, and then when I got a little bit closer, I looked past the gate. As you can see, there's a very, very clear driveway area for that would work, and particularly because of the fact that there's a curb cut there, no one can park there. No one can legally park there. So you think
On which end?
on the north end of the building. If you're looking, it's on the opposite side of Merrick Road.
I'm looking at number 4, which is the north side of
The north side of the building, it's on
That's
Beach.
not Merrick Road. That's Beach.
No, that's Beach.
Okay, so that's the curb cut you're referring to?
Yes.
I'm not sure if you mean it's a whole pass-through or not.
It's an access area. It's an access area. I mean, you could technically fit a car there, but we're not. It's
Oh,
locked.
That's what I.
No, the car's not going in there. The car is not going in there. The car would be stopped on Beach by the curb cut. And either the parent could bring it in, or what even would work out better is one of the teachers, especially during the busy parts of the morning, can come out to the curb and then go and bring the children back in there and quickly whoosh them inside. And I'll tell you why that's an important factor. The man who lives directly next to this is a man named Daniel McCoy. I've had 2 conversations with Mr. McCoy and spoke about this. And I spoke about the idea that he's got a very quiet area about bringing children in there. He had no objection to that whatsoever, as long as he kept quiet. And the reason why he says this is that dance studio, at many occasions at nights and the weekend, will leave their rear door open, and the sound drives him nuts. So one thing I made very, very clear is that our doors will be closed at all times, correct? All right, they're nodding yes. My clients are giving the cell phone numbers to Mr. McCoy. It's most important we be very good neighbors. Again, this is a rather small daycare, maximum total of 40 at one point. But from that perspective, it's important that we remain quiet and a safe place, because honestly, that's what parents expect when they're coming into a daycare use.
So, Mr. McKevitt, you're suggesting that the cars would pull off Merrick Road onto Beach,
Yes,
and then I see that it's labeled existing curb cut,
yes,
and the cars would stop on Beach, and then they would walk down that corridor
right.
to that, what appears to be like a gate at the end of that corridor where there must be a door for the childcare place that they can access that. Is that, and that's how they would drop them off? Is that?
Yes, exactly.
That seems like a great idea.
Fortunately, we have it there. We know it happened to work. Because again, the Merrick Road idea, when we sat down to it, again, my experience is that's just not going to work. It's not safe. So with me today, I do have Wayne Muller. I'll let Mr. Muller take it. As you're aware, he has testified before this board on many, many occasions. And after your inquiry, I'd request that he once again be deemed an expert in traffic and parking matters.
Mr. Mueller, since the last time you testified before this board, have there been any changes to your credentials?
No, they have not.
Okay, so there will qualify you to give testimony as to parking and traffic and closely related subjects.
Great, thank you. Again, for the record, Wayne Muller, R&M Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. As part of the application, we prepared a traffic assessment dated April 20, 2026, which was previously submitted and made part of the record. I just have additional copies for the board.
We'll accept those in evidence.
Yes.
And just briefly discuss the contents therein. A lot of what is contained in my report, Mr. McKevitt has already proffered as part of his remarks. And one of the key things that he indicated that's clearly indicated in my report is that as it relates to the Town of Hempstead Building Zone Ordinance, specifically the off-street parking requirements, the proposed daycare facility requires, in accordance with the ordinance, less parking than what the previously occupied space of the space, as a
Physical therapy.
physical therapy. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Losing my mind here. So it's less intense from the code. As indicated in my report, we performed observations in and around the area
What
on
is the
street.
requirement?
For
Not your observation, but you just said it's less than the 16 in PT, but just,
so the physical therapy would require 16, and then the proposal would require 6.
okay, go ahead.
And if it was to expand sometime in the future to the maximum occupancy, it could be no more than 10.
Mhm.
So any way we cut it up, it would be less than what the requirement was for the physical therapy office.
So let me just ask, so the 6, does that go with the 3 sections that have 9, 13, and 18 kids?
Yes, it does.
So the 9, 13, 18 kid group with the 3 teachers and 3 support staff, that yields the 6?
Yes.
So then you said if you expand further.
Well, no, I think if the requirements change, is that correct?
Yes, right.
Okay,
What the code requires is there's a formula based upon 1 space for 15 children and 1 space for each employee. So if we do have to go and increase by, again, 3 employees, we're still well within what we had and still well within the capacity what Mr. Muller's report indicates.
right, but what we're opining on now is the scenario where there's 9, 13, and 18 kids in the 3 segments, 3 employees and 3 teachers.
Correct.
And that all of that still only yields the 6.
Yes.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Again, in my report to determine the level of parking activity in and around the subject property, we performed observations on Tuesday, April 15th, 2026, between the hours of 6:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m., encompassing all the peak times for the existing uses on the subject property and for the proposed daycare facility. There's a map that's in my report which shows the areas that we studied, specifically on Merrick Road, Beach Street, Lodge Street, Atlantic Boulevard, and Nelson Street. All the surrounding roadways encompassing a small radius surrounding the property. As indicated in my report, there's sufficient on-street parking parking availability to allow both the students and teachers, it's not the students, but the parents of the students and the teachers to safely park within the on-street areas surrounding the property. As Mr. McKevitt had indicated, they developed a plan in which to drop off and pick up the students at that one curb cut, which is located in the northwest corner of the property on Beach Street. In my professional opinion, that will provide safe and efficient drop-off and pickup areas for the students in order to have there be no impact to the roadway network surrounding the subject property. Again, as indicated in my report, there's an abundance of parking within the area to accommodate the demand.
Mr. Mueller,
Yes.
on the first page of your report, when you lay out the requirements for the 3 businesses on the subject property, it says parking required retail, parenthetically blind spot, 1 space per 500. I'm not clear why you used 500 when it says it's retail.
We had gotten those calculations off the plans. And I believe the blind spot is really more of a warehouse facility where they store all the materials and everything in the building.
When you say I got those off the plans, what do you mean?
The
Did you get them from the building department? Or?
Yes. The plans that are submitted and approved by the building department and the Joseph Narabecki was the plan examiner, those are the numbers that came out in his calculations.
He was the one who came up with the 500, even though we're calling it retail.
Yes. And again, even though retail, again, I spent an hour there, no one was going into that place. So I think Mr. Muller is correct. It's really for storage and installation is what it really is. You know, so many people do the online at this point, and that's how they look at the blinds at that point. But again, I didn't see a single bit of traffic there in 1 hour.
In my experience, people come to your house and look at your house, and
Right.
they bring you the sample books, and then you pick the blinds and all that such.
Yeah.
Mr. Mueller, you've concluded here that there are 26 total needed for this. Granted, I get the 6, but, you know, we are looking at the spaces available for all 3 of these businesses. And when you came up with the empty spaces for your report, is that with no business operating currently at the subject location?
Correct.
Okay. And your thought is that all 26 of these spaces needed can be fulfilled using street parking, because unlike a lot of cases, of course, you don't have a municipal lot available. Is
That's
that
correct. And the reason, and just take it one step further, both the blind spot and the dance studio are already there. So their activity is included in the observations that we performed uh, in the on-street network. And as Mr. McKevitt indicated, the dance studio really doesn't open
5:15.
until 5:15, so therefore,
Is it a dance studio for children or adults?
Children.
Children.
Yes. I've spoken to Mr. McCoy. There's lots of children going back and forth with very loud music.
You imagine a dance studio with all of us adults there? That'd be pathetic. Like, I never thought of a dance studio with adults except like ballroom dance.
what is that, Arthur Murray?
Yeah.
Arthur,
Yes.
You're
Yes.
dating yourself.
Yeah, no, there's one on New York Avenue in Huntington.
Yes.
And I know that because my partner, Chris Robinson, went there to learn how to dance before his daughter's wedding. Actually, it was pretty good, actually.
Now, it's interesting. Now, when I was getting ready to be married, which is now 25 years ago this July, the town attorney's office, as a gift, gave me dance lessons at the Arthur Murray in Plainview for my wedding, and my wife and I danced at. The lessons were not very successful. They were not. We have not danced since. But I think the important point is that because of the timing with it, again, when they did their studies, there's no other dance studio because it's not open. My understanding is when that dance studio is active, when the parents are there, it's not very pretty in that area at that time. But we're not going to be there at that time.
Right, it's non-simultaneous.
Non-simultaneous. That's why this works.
And the thing is too, is that the only real parking during the day associated with the daycare are for the teachers, right? The parents drop off, they leave, the teachers are there during the day, and then the parents come back for very, very brief periods of time. So it's a good complementary use to the other uses within the building. And if the building would go to, say, a full retail use, it would be fine with that too.
So you're certain that your plan is to carry out the idea of having that corridor be
Yes.
and there's a door sufficiently.
Yes, there is. And that's what makes it work, and that's what makes the site so attractive. I even had a long talk with my clients last week about the one thing I tell them is, you're going to have several teachers parking there. They indicate they're going to be instructed to park on Merrick Road. I said people do not want them in front of the residential homes, and that's going to be the instructions. And again, the time that I spent there, not only the north side of Merrick Road, but the south side of Merrick Road, and Mr. Muller's study indicate there's plenty of ample parking there, not parked in front of everyone's house. And again, it's about being a good neighbor, and frankly, you want to get good word in the community, so they're going to bring their children to daycare. And it's important for them to do that, and they've agreed that that's what's going to happen.
So you've conditioned, or you're willing to accept a condition that the employees park on Merrick so that there's, okay. All right.
Absolutely, yes.
Is that your full testimony, Mr. Mueller?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Mr. McKevitt, is there anything else you wish to add?
Mr. McKevitt?
Yes.
How do you or your client propose to control the alley that it's remained? There's ladders in there now, unencumbered, available to your clientele, your privileges. Is it part of the lease? We need some type of an assurance, a guarantee. Are you going to be able to set up cameras in there or something?
It is in the lease. My clients indicated me it is absolutely in the lease. He has just affirmed me it's in the lease. The alley must be kept clear.
Kept clear and available
Yes.
at all times for your
Absolutely.
daycare use.
Absolutely. Again, they will make sure of that too, because again, any parent sees a ladder in there, they're pulling the kid out of the daycare. They're not going to go for that.
Maybe.
They'd probably make a little play area in there, I would. Yeah, put a few Jimmy things.
I've also been informed the reason why there are ladders in the picture, they are redoing the roof that day. I went there at a particular time. Yes.
Mr. McKevitt, there are a number of other individuals who signed in favor. Before I ask generally, do you have others who want to testify?
No.
Okay.
And the old people who signed in are my clients and affiliated with the business. That's who signed in. And they do not see a need at this point to testify. They're here for to answer questions such as to make sure that the alleyway must be made clear in the lease.
All right, so there's no one else here on this case who wishes to speak at this hearing. Okay. All right, so are there any other questions from the board? If not, is there a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you, Mr. McKevitt. You on the next case too?
I have the next one, yes.
Let me grab water.
Did you copy this for your records?
No.
And then there's a break. They got two more after that. It's a record for me.
Next, we have cases 27926 through. Good.
She wanted to get a drink. You can call it. We won't start it.
27926 through 28026, Baldwin, Nick Sansurin. Variance, front yard setback on Edna Court, maintained second story and two-story addition, both attached dwelling, maintained 3-foot and 6-inch high fence on Edna Court within the clear sight triangle at owner's driveway, which may substantially obstruct line of sight, also known as 623 Grimm Place. We're affirmed to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Take a seat. Name.
For the me first. For the applicant, Thomas McKevitt, Son Ward Braff Coscignano, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, 11553.
Nick St. Sorin, 623 Grimm Place, Baldwin, New York.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So before I begin once again, I was very busy taking photos that day. And so these are photos I took on the same day of May 9th, where I did meet my client at that point. And again, these are fair and accurate representations of what I took at that time. And actually, I have a second set, which was actually taken in December of 2025. And again, these are some other photographs of the interior of the location of the premises. And again, during my testimony, I'll tell you why that has unfortunately become very necessary in this application. So this is located at 623 Grimm Place in Baldwin, also known as Section 54, Block 107, Lot 6, on the land tax map of Nassau County. It is located in the Residence B zone of the town of Hempstead. Again, those are photographs which are fair and accurate representations of what I saw and noticed on that date, and ask that they be admitted to the record as well. And the second set of photographs, again, were taken in December of 2025. Those are also taken by me personally, and they're also fair and accurate representation of what I saw at that time, and ask that they be accepted as well into the record at this point. So.
Thank you. Mr. McKevitt, real quick, is the red fence that's on the site plan, is that, is the red line that's on the site plan the proposed fence?
Yeah, the fence is there. And actually, if you want to go and go reverse at this point, there was a permit for the fence. The one issue with the fence is, as a matter of fact, you see photograph number 2. Yes.
Red the fence?
Yes. Yes, it is. And if you see at one portion, it comes down to about 3.5 feet. If you look at photo number 2, you'll see how the fence comes about. Photo number 2 really illustrates it better than what the plans do. Because what you see is there, it does come down to the appropriate height, and it is slatted through, so it is see-through there at the corner.
And where that's going down in the photograph is where it's
Yes.
approaching the corner of Edna Court and Grimm Place?
Correct. Correct. The problem that is brought up by the objection of the plan examiner is actually towards the rear of it, and that is actually located, if you see photograph number 5, will indicate what the problem is.
The driveway?
Yes, the driveway, yes.
The applicant's driveway, and what about
That's-
the neighbor's driveway?
No, that's the applicant's driveway, that's his driveway.
I know, but I'm asking, I see that, but what about the neighbor's driveway right next to, is that next to it or no?
No, the neighbor's driveway, if you look at photograph number 6, you'll see a neighbor's property. On the left-hand side is my client's driveway.
So it is next to it.
And no, that's my client. The right hand is for the neighbor. The neighbor is much more further to the north, yes. Yes, my client's driveway is outside the fence. It's unorthodox, it's unusual, but that garage and that driveway is my client's for 623 Grimm Place.
Wait, so your client's fence, his driveway's outside of his fence?
Yes. Yes.
But on this, the fence is on the other side. I'm so confused right now.
No, there's a small, as you can see, just a small little chain link fence on the other side.
So the red line that we decided was the fence is actually not the fence on the north side of the property.
No, there's,
You see my confusion?
right, exactly. You see, there's also a fence. If you look at photograph number 6, you'll see a fence comes back to the back of the garage. It sort of loops around the back, if you see that.
I see that.
Right.
But I see in the photograph your client's fence and this driveway that is apparently your client's
Right.
on the outside of his fence.
Correct.
On this site plan,
Okay.
the fence appears, I don't see a fence in red.
Right.
Where it's shown in the photograph.
Correct. And right. And let me back up and go in reverse in this case, in this instance.
Becky, I'm sorry.
Regarding the fence, my client will do whatever you want to do with the fence.
Okay.
He'll take it down, he'll catty corner it, he'll cut it off. The fence is just an aftersight at this point. The real issue is the big issue I'll go into later on. But Mr. Sanduso, you don't care what they tell you regarding the fence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, give me
Yeah.
1 second.
We'll make whatever changes that are needed for the fence.
Right. We do understand that right now it is a sightline obstruction and it shouldn't be there. And whatever decision the board does, we will abide to it to go and comply. I think the easiest way is to angle it out. So do it out there, but whatever needs to be done, we will do.
Yeah, it's,
Okay,
So,
so go ahead.
yeah, that's just really the property line. That's fence there and that's fence there. It's really not, so.
So also, Mr. McKevitt, it looks like the above-ground pool is touching the fence.
There's no pool.
Is that, I figured it must
Pool's
be
removed.
there because it's not on our thing.
Pool's gone. Pool's been removed.
You know what, let me get the site plan. Where's the official site plan? Can we just maybe initial that? Is that going to be adequate, Christina? Even though it's not the, oh, does it? Okay. I can't see, the writing is so small. Here, use this. I know you can't see it.
I use my phone. No, it says.
No, the
was
circle, the-
Previously removed by owner.
Right.
Oh, the existing above ground. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's,
Okay,
it's on there.
Perfect.
Yes, the plans,
Okay.
in order, yeah.
No, we're good. Oh, yeah, I should highlight.
I'm getting old too. Yes, as part of the zoning board's requirements for the staff, we did mark it up to say that that existing pool had been removed. If you look at photograph number 4, I took that from the inside of the fence of the property. I'm staying wherever that pool would be, and essentially the rear yard is essentially a construction scene. It's just an absolute mess. So, let me get into really the indication as to how we got here today, and I'll go into details of the story. So my client hired a contractor in 2024 to do some interior renovations for his house. He did it without a building permit. The contractor then persuaded him to make additional renovations and to expand the home. And really what the expansion of the home was really adding a second floor. As a matter of fact, if you look at photograph number 1, you can really see what happened. You can see where the existing house was, and you can see where they added on in yellow where the additions were put on. That's where it was. So, and he did it without a permit. Someone complained. The department of buildings came by and put a stop work order. And that stop work order has been there since December of 2024. Mr. Sansorin then hired an architect. Mr. Montemurano was a plan examiner. By the time they finally got through the requirements of Mr. Montemurano, it was October of this past year, and then filed the application to the zoning board to get to this point. My client, actually, I'll let my client explain right now as to what happened, how it got to this point.
Is he living in the home right now?
No, actually, well, that's why I gave the second set of photographs.
Okay.
The second set of photographs shows the interior of the house right now. It is completely gutted.
Okay,
It is absolutely uninhabitable.
okay, go ahead.
So, yeah.
I've been waiting a while.
Yeah, we've been out of the house since December 24th, since December 2024. What happened exactly is, yeah, like Mr. McDevitt was saying, we hired a contractor to, just give us a little bit more space down in the basement because my, kids were getting a little bigger, needed some more space. I was working from home, so I needed some space. Contractor came in, he began to work in the basement and, just kind of talked us into doing some additional work, stating that, in order to make the renovations in the basement, he needs to also do work upstairs, and kind of persuaded us to do additional work and do the additions. And long story short, we kind of agreed. We assumed that he was taking care of everything, but apparently not. When the town came in, they saw that there weren't no permits, nothing, and just shut the project down. And since then, we just, my family and I just have not been able to stay in the property.
As a matter of fact, the worst part of the situation is they've actually been living in Oceanside in an apartment during the period of time. And again, he's lived at the property 10 years, paid tax the entire 10 years. In December 2025, the Baldwin School District sent them a letter and saying that because they had information that his daughter was not physically living in that house, they started a formal proceeding to expel his 9-year-old daughter from the 4th grade of school. So that's what happened. So I eventually had to intervene with that, and so we're happy at this point. But as you can see, this has been an extraordinary stressful time for the family. They've been out there for a year and a half, and Mrs. St. Serene will come on and testify. And let Ms. St. Serene, why don't you just come and testify as well? Come on.
Take it you don't have that contractor anymore.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Up for a second. Let her speak.
Yeah, let's give her, there's an extra chair on this side if you want to grab it.
Yeah. Just take it and pull it.
So just give your name and address first, please.
She's already been sworn. Give your name and address for the record.
Hi, Sophia So St. Serene, 623 Grimm Place, Baldwin, New York, 11510.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So go ahead, Mr. McKevitt, what do you want?
Yeah. So just explain what's just happened since you've been not out of your house and your daughter with school.
Yeah, so we've been in an unfortunate situation for the last 2.5 years almost, and our girls have been out of their house. We've been living in like a 1-bedroom apartment thinking that we were going to be moved back in sooner. I'm very active with PTA, Girl Scout, and it was really shocking when we got the notice to say that our daughter, or we're not living within the district, and even though we still pay taxes and all that stuff, we had to go appear in front of the board, and they said that they were still going to allow us to under the conditions that we had to, continue to give them an update in regards to what was going on.
Do you already have a contract lined up for a contractor to, like, once you get the approval from this board, if you get an approval from this board?
No, we don't have a contractor as yet. I attempted to get a new contractor. However, I can't get a contractor to give us any type of estimates until the board approves whichever way you decide to go. At that point, we'll have the plans, and then we can get a contractor, and they can give us a full estimate. So.
Yeah, because it's getting late in the season,
They're just trying to get moving at this point. So if I just want to go and just get to a couple of numbers, what this property is. This is already a substandard lot. It's only 5,985 square feet, so it's technically 15 feet short of a standard lot. The house was constructed in 1925. The existing lot coverage is 23.39%. And really, the only variance we're really coming forth at this point is for the front yard setback on Edna Court. And it's very difficult to see, but what happens here is that Edna Court does not go back perpendicularly at a 90-degree angle. So Edna Court, as you see, swings back to probably about a 60 or 55 or 60-degree angle. So because the street sort of cuts in, that corner, that northeast corner of the house gets to a point where it's 4.3 feet from Edna Court. So technically, because it's a corner property, it is 2 front yards. And because of that front yard, that's what triggers the variance. But here's the interesting thing more than anything else. That corner has been there since 1925. Right, it's been there since 1925. Only because he's raising up from that point that the building department indicates that you need a variance because you're continuing structure on top of that point. But that point is exactly where the house has been for literally 101 years. And if you look, interesting enough, the house just to the north, which is 2770 Edna Court, they at one point are 6 feet 8 inches from Edna Court because, again, the street curves in there. As a matter of fact, if you look at the site plan by the architect, he actually calls out the 6 foot 8 inches that their addition hits into Edna Court for exactly the same reason. So it's really, if this street were perpendicular, we would be sitting here today. He would have his permit, last October, he'd be already contracted, but because technically he's got that front yard setback there at that point, that's why he needs the variance. So again, the house is not going 1 inch closer to Edna Court that's been there in 100 years.
Mr. McKevitt, you mentioned the house was from 1929, I think you said.
1925, and there has been a non-conforming permit has been issued by the building department.
That was my question. Do we have that in our file?
It should be. I have an extra copy here in case you don't have one, but I'll just give the copy I have to the Secretary of the Board.
Okay, and I see on the site plan a few references to fence permits. So do we know what part of the fence is previously permitted and what's not?
Well, what happened was there was a fence permit from 2017, but because it was built not in compliance with that sightline triangle, technically I think they add a supplemental onto it as part of the permit. So the two variances we were technically here for is obviously the front yard setback because that corner of the house, and second of the sight line from my client's property because of the fence. And again, cut it off, angle it, whatever this board wants to do. He just wants to get building in the house. He really doesn't care about the fence at this point.
I just wanted to be clear on what part of the fence is before us and what's already permitted. But it sounds like you're just saying, here's where the fence is, however you need it to conform will conform.
Yes. It's, as shown in the photographs, it's just the area that's there physically right now, which is, again, encroaching on the sight line. That's the one problem with the fence. That's my understanding is the only issue the building department has with it. And again, he'll cut whatever you want to do. He'll do what needs to be done.
Something needs to be done because obviously it obstructs his vision. He backs his car in.
Yes. He hasn't been parking there for 2 years anyway, so.
I know, but.
I know. Again,
So whose car is in the photo?
yeah, whose car is in the driveway?
Mr. McKevitt?
That's my car in the driveway.
Yeah, a Tesla.
All right.
Yeah, no
I
longer.
don't have any other.
Got rear-ended.
Is there anything else you wish to add, Mr. McKevitt?
That I'm just trying to help these poor people out. That's what it comes down to.
Yes.
One other thing I meant to tell you, he actually went around to all his neighbors, and except for 3, he has letters of consent and support from all of his neighbors in the surrounding area.
I will accept those into evidence.
Yes. That's why I told you to do it.
Okay, if you're finished, Mr. McKevitt, are there any other questions from the board members?
Yes.
All right, so let me get this straight. So you moved into the house and then you decided you wanted to build out. You hired a contractor and an architect, or just, my point is, how did you get to this point? If you hired an architect, he would tell you, or a reputable builder, you need a permit. And then they would tell you what you can and what you can't do, So I just wanted to sort of ask you from your point of view, how did it happen? You wanted to expand this and did you hire an architect?
No, not initially. Well, we moved in 12 years ago. And just recently, we had a daughter and my 2 nieces that live with us.
Okay.
And I began working from home. So we needed a little bit more space for me to work and such. So we hired a contractor to finish the basement. But in doing so, he stated that, the house is really old. We need to do electrical work throughout the house and not just the basement, and kind of persuaded us to do all the additional work. And that's when we approved it. We assumed that, he would get the permits and whatever is needed. But apparently he was not even licensed in the town. I found out he was actually licensed for Queens and not Long Island. So, I think that's how we got to that point.
My client made, unfortunately, some people are not experienced with it. My client made a very serious mistake, something which he's obviously learned, and they've paid a great price for that mistake. They really have. So certainly never learn again. I tell people, listen, as a real estate attorney does transactions, I tell people, get this done legal first, because when you try to do a closing and you're trying to 4 weeks try to legalize stuff like that, it never works out. Get it done right the first time. But he made a mistake, and we're asking for that mercy.
All right, so,
Yeah.
question, Joe?
Becky, you have a question. Case number 279 is to maintain the front yard setback and second story. 280 is for the fence. Should the board grant the 279 and hold 280 pending an inspection, would the building department issue a permit for the 279 without the 280?
Correct.
They would.
I've already reassigned the application to myself.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Becky.
Thank you.
You hear that?
Yes, I did. I know her a long time.
Get the best.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that being said, if there are no further questions from the board, can we have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified in writing.
Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Some of the cases are decided this evening, some are not. If you'd like to check back tomorrow and see whether or not your case was decided, because I assume if you get a favorable outcome, you're going to want to get right on getting a licensed contractor to start the process, so,
Okay.
okay? Have a nice day, folks.
You get a brief break from me now.
Any more, Mr., oh,
Good, thank you.
break and then back?
Yes, then back.
Okay.
Next, we have case 1182 of 26, Juan Tall, 3004 Burns Avenue Associates LLC, use variance to store commercial vehicles and equipment overnight in a Residence B district. Variance in off-street parking with required drainage, asphalt paving, lighting, and striping. Said premises has insufficient access pursuant to Section 280A of New York State Town Law, west side of Old Mill Road, 352.27 feet south of Burns Avenue.
Mr. D'Agostino, welcome.
I do.
He does.
Albert A. D'Agostino, Minerva and D'Agostino, PC, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York. Madam Chairman,
What? I don't know. Just look for him.
should I wait?
No, go ahead. I'll fill her in.
Okay.
Is that it?
She's back.
We're waiting for the Point Lookout case with you.
Huh?
The Point Lookout case, we're anxiously waiting to hear that one.
I'm sure you are.
Mr. D'Agostino.
Huh?
I said, Mr. D'Agostino.
To give you the background on this situation, and this matter has been going on, off the top of my head, I think we started this somewhere during COVID, and it's been going on since then. Legally and procedurally, it's a complicated matter. As far as the proposed use of the property, I think it's relatively simple. And bear me a little latitude. I think I just want to give you a little bit of background as to how we got here. The subject property is part of the old Brooklyn Waterworks property. If you're familiar with the Wantor area and the Twin Lakes just north of Sunrise Highway, there's a town park there. Back in the, I think we went back as far as the 1820s. There was a mill there. When the Brooklyn Waterworks sought to provide potable water for Brooklyn, they went pretty well right across the county, starting in Valley Stream, where we have Clearstream Avenue School, and all the way out to Massapequa. As time went on, and by the way, there was no Sunrise Highway until the late 1920s.
You remember that?
I do. I was a senior in high school. Right, John? So, as time went on and the easternmost portion of Nassau County was developed, things like, in one of the earlier hearings, somebody mentioned a dairy. This was not far from a dairy farm, which existed into the 1950s. My wife grew up in that area, so there were cows and everything else in that area. But there came a time when it was decided, probably by Robert Moses, that Sunrise Highway was going to be widened from 2 lanes to 3. So they started that in the the westernmost part of the county in the very early 1950s, and gradually over a period of 15 years or so, moved out to Wantor, and the 2 lanes became 3. Now all this ties into what I believe and how this property came to be, and then we came to the 1970s, and that's when the Long Island Railroad was elevated. The elevation of the track started in the westernmost portion of the county, in Valley Stream, with then Governor FDR, who actually went to Valley Stream at that time, and it's my belief, and from what I remember, I think this industrial area and it actually became the staging area for all of that construction that went on between the 50s and the 70s. The area to the north is an industrial zone and has been developed as such. I believe you on your radius map, you can see there are things such as Menon Oil has a large tank there. I think it's approaching a million gallon storage tank. My client acquired its property on Burns Avenue, which is an existing property several years back, and that's Gramercy Construction. And if anybody has inspected that, you can see that they maintain an extremely meticulous operation there.
What's it called on the radius map, Mr. D'Agostino?
Okay, just bear with me while I.
Maybe 3,000 Burns Avenue?
3,000 Burns Road, right. And that's where the proposed access to this parcel is going to be, because there was a request, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but it's 3,000. And you can see that there are industrial uses to the north, and they run right up to Mill Road, to the west side of Mill Road. Since this property is owned by the county, and it originally was owned by the city of New York for many, many years, and back 1980 or 80 to 82, then County Executive Fran Purcell negotiated a deal with the city of New York, and the county acquired that property. Since then, the county has sold off pieces of it, and this is one of, the counties basically transferred, the city transferred it to the county transferred it to the town. The city has a right of reverter limiting the use to either a municipal use or something that the city would have to approve. And the city has been, as these pieces are being sold, has been releasing its right of reverter, the county has been doing the same thing. So it's in the process of being released. I'm just about to bring you to where we're at now. We have a contract with the town, which we've negotiated over a period of time. And that's subject to us getting clear title that both the city and the county release the right of reverter, and allow us to proceed with our proposed use, which is the storage of equipment from our facility at 3,000 Burns Avenue. Well, I'm going to be bringing my transportation person up in a few minutes. Now, as you probably are aware, that whenever the county is going to divest itself or proposes to divest itself of an interest in real property, and I stress the interest because that's what the county holds, the right of reverter, the application has to go to the OSPAC committee, the Open Space Parks and Advisory Committee. And this was presented to Open Space Parks Advisory Committee, and they approved it. And having been there, I can use the adjective or adverb enthusiastically. And the reason for that is if you're familiar with the town park on Old Mill Road, just across the way. As you come to this piece of property across the street, it's filled with secondary growth, and the fences are falling down. It's a bit of a disaster. And what we had proposed, and I have my landscape expert here as well, and he'll describe it, to install what I call an estate-type wrought iron fence, and to landscape the property to a distance and he'll testify as to the distance, so that all you're looking at from Old Mill Road is basically what looks like a park. We can't do anything about the property to the north because that's industrial property, and that's not part of this transaction. We actually had to go to OSPAC a couple of times and to the Planning Commission, which has approved the subdivision of this property for the following reasons. As we were negotiating, we were preparing documentation, but we frankly didn't invest in a new survey. And when we discovered the two lots which are the subject of this, and it's basically one very large lot and a very small lot on the westernmost portion, where there's a pumping station, which, because people don't know it's there, is in an absolutely magnificent condition. And that goes back to the 1870s. It's small. It should show on the survey. On the survey, it's on the it's abutting the fence, which in the southwest corner, right? That's the little brick building, as I said, in beautiful shape. Well, that's an excellent question. We thought so. And the reason that I'm indefinite on that is because the city of New York retained the rights of the Brooklyn Waterworks, which goes back to pre-creation of Nassau County, to all of the subsurface piping and connections, and that is likely part of that carve out. Not that they know it's there, but it's there. And we have no intention of doing anything to it. In fact, if we were requiring it, we were very willing to preserve it because it is in virtually pristine shape. What is the status of that? Right now, it looks like that's a carve out that the city still owns. That's probably the only thing the city owns there and that Nassau doesn't. Well, if it's in such good condition, who's been maintaining it? Well, my client, I believe, has been doing some. Where are you, Mr. Parziale? Your people have been keeping an eye on that and that structure. And I don't know, you may have been doing some improvements, but nobody knew it was back there because of the overgrowth. So therefore, it wasn't vandalized, as some of the other ones were.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Vincent
Parziale.
3004.
I have to swear him in. He's not been sworn in. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Vincent Parziale, 3000. Vincent Parziale, 3004 Burns Avenue Associates LLC. 3004 Burns Avenue is my address.
Are you also 3000 Burns?
Yes.
So tell us about this structure.
So this structure is built really well. It's a triple brick wall structure with a high-pitched slate roof on it, and we haven't done any maintenance on it. We do keep our eye on it, but it seems to appear in a very strong condition. We did when we spoke to OSPEC, and in these negotiations, our position is currently unknown with that property, but we're willing to, when the negotiations with the city happen, we will accept that property, or we will let them maintain the property.
So pristine as to the structure, but what about the interworkings of it? Have you been inside?
I have never been inside of it. It's blocked up. Yes.
Can I respond to that a bit? As I said, this is all connected to the Twin Lakes across the Old Mill Road. And in Twin Lakes, there are other stations, and there's a weir or dam that I believe actually works. This is connected to that because they were drawing water from the Twin Lakes in the day. And all the lakes right up to including the one in Valley Stream that I mentioned. It's an interesting situation. Now, and the building, as it shows on the survey, which I believe you have in your packet, is a little less than 15 feet by 16 feet square. Um, But now, the other thing, to the extent that we have represented, we're going to try to put some landscaping on the western portion also. And the reason and I'm not hesitating because we're willing to do it, but there's a lot behind that, or a portion behind that, where we've done a title search on it. We can find no transfer of title from any of the grantors grantors or grantees in the chain of title. And it may be where a neighbor has expanded his backyard. The one that's vacant, yes.
So is that piece, I'm confused because it says it's subject property, but it's not hatched.
Well,
We carved
you're
that.
looking at the radius map. I believe, yeah. On the radius map, if you look just to the north of that, there's a residential property. And, yeah, and if you walk down Hillside Avenue, when one of the associates in my office lives on Hillside, and he does it daily, it's wooded, but what's in there is all kinds of, furniture, and that's not part of this lot. So we're only involved with lot 18, which is the tiny lot to the east of that, and then the vast lot that goes all the way down to Old Mill Road.
So to add to what Mr. D'Agostino was saying, we have residential property on the west side of us, on the west side of our current property at 3000 Burns Avenue. And by maintaining the pump house and everything west of that, we will keep up the current trees that are there and also landscape in front of it so that we can continue to keep a nice buffer from our neighbors. And the intent with purchasing this property is to take our equipment that we currently store there and be able to move some of it back to this property. This property is not able to be built on due to the.
Let me address that.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry. He's stealing my thunder.
Well, I want to ask you real quick. So in the calendar for this property, there's the use that we've just been discussing. Then the next item is referred to as a variance in off-street parking with required drainage, asphalt paving, lighting, and striping. So I understand the variance in off-street parking, but I take it this means you're asking for the variance in off-street parking, and you do want to put in the required draining, asphalt, lighting, and striping, or you also want a variance from having to do that?
We want a variance from having to do that because I'm not going to call this dead storage, but I'm going to call it storage of materials and machinery that goes to specific jobs. Very often will be on a location on a job. It's not equipment that's going to be moved in and out on a daily basis by any means.
But if you're going to put down, presumably the weight of the equipment is going to require you put down some sort of asphalt or whatever you want for it to put. So wouldn't you need to then put the drainage in at least? I'm missing a boat here.
We're proposing to put down stone, so that's permeable.
Like crushed stone.
Yes, and we would put down a hard base that was able to drain, and then we would put a little bit larger stone on top to keep any dust down.
So if it's draining, you wouldn't need a variance for drainage because you're providing it.
No, it's there now. So our position is it's exactly what's there now. It's, there's water, the water is taking it now and it's draining right through right there now. So we feel that when you put the hard concrete in or asphalt in.
No, I agree. It sounds like you will be providing the drainage. That's why I was
Yes.
You actually need a variance for drainage because you actually are providing drainage by not putting in a hard surface.
You are correct, because we believe that the crushed stone is sufficient for drainage without having to put in dry wells, et cetera. Now,
You would have to meet the criteria of the Department of Highways
yes,
and engineering in the
Yes.
town of Hempstead.
yes.
So whatever they recommend, you may feel it's adequate, but they may not agree with you.
Exactly. Now, the fence that runs east-west is something that I just want to mention in a few minutes. As I started to say before, while we were negotiating this, we had not ordered a formal survey. We were dealing with tax lots, which we'll be discussing later. Tax lots,
Another course, right?
another matter.
Maybe another.
Yeah, right. That fence is what I call a protective fence. You know, there have been tragedies with children climbing up onto railroad tracks or animals, pets, that type of thing. And over the last, I was going to say few, it's probably longer than that. The Long Island Railroad MTA has constructed these protective fences to keep people off of the right of way. And until we surveyed it, we didn't know where it was located on it. Now, and the general topography of this property is you have the flat portion, which is just north of the fence. When you hit the fence, there's a sharp incline up. And we would not have any use for that. We don't think we should be in there or anybody should be in there. So that's when we went back to the Planning Commission and sought and received approval for a subdivision of the lot, which was the overall lot. I think that one was 19, and it shows as parcel 1 on the radius map. So we excluded that and reduced what we were proposing to acquire from the town, so that.
So the area marked reputed to be land of Long Island Railroad, and it seems to have a 19. That's the area you're talking about not wanting?
No, it's the dotted line where the survey is. I'm sorry, where the fence is, which runs east-west. We're not taking anything to the south of that. We're just taking to the north. The two parcels together total just shy of 87,000 square feet, and we're seeking to acquire 67,351 feet, and we're not acquiring 19,611 square feet of that tax lot.
So I can't see the fence on the radius map. Is the fence go down the dashed dot line that's?
Yes, that's the fence. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't want that section?
We don't want that, and we
You want the
amended.
middle section, and you don't want the gray hatched section that says reputed to be land of Long Island Railroad?
Right, now we'll talk about reputed to be land of Long Island Railroad. This whole situation as to how this arose in the day was rather loose. And our position with respect to the lighter hatched area, which says reputed to be land of the Long Island Railroad, and we're not seeking that portion. If the railroad voices an objection, or we're willing to give them an easement across what we're acquiring. So that's still going back and forth with the railroad and the city.
Why would they need an easement? I thought they don't need this land anymore.
If they needed to get to the tracks, let's say there was a catastrophic incident or repair that had to be made, we're not going to we're going to move our stuff out of the way, and they're going to get to the tracks. I mean, over the years there have been some situations where there have been problems on the railroad, but we've taken the position that we're willing to provide them any reasonable easement they need to get across our property to get to the tracks, because they would only have to get there if there were an emergency situation, and we're not going to stand in their way.
Understood.
Your radius map is cross-hatched for that area that you say you don't want.
That's what the original area was, but we are not taking that. That is not part of the contract with the town.
And that's already been negotiated, so to
Yeah,
speak?
yeah.
How is the town going to maintain that property?
The town is not. That's on the, that's, if you look at it, and you look at the grade, it's really appears to be part of the railroad right away.
They'll access it that way.
And the county acquired this property 44 years ago. And then transferred it to the town some 33 years ago, or 34 years ago. So it has not been an issue, but it's really an emergency access if they had to get across for some pressing reason.
Do you have to go back to the town and renegotiate not using that piece?
No. We've already done that.
Is,
There are so many levels to this.
I see that in it, yeah.
does your contract with the town set out, condition the purchase? Like, are there parameters that say if you buy this property for use in the manner that it can only be used that way, it can't revert to some other use later, or
No.
just in general?
Basically, our intent originally was to seek a rezoning of this property to industrial. Now, as you know, residential B is the catch-all, and there are some parcels in there that you can't build a house on, or you wouldn't, but they fall in the residential B because they're unzoned. The suggestion was that we come in here for the variances rather than going for the rezoning.
I think this land that you intend to acquire will be only used for this purpose.
Yes.
You're not going to, in the future, try to put a 280A in there and subdivide and
I think we have a 280A.
50 dwellings in it or something to that effect.
We have a 280A.
I mean, right now, yeah, you've got a 280A, but, and that's because we want to keep the park-like look on, and we have access through our property, but technically, right now, you could put housing in there. I mean, I don't know, there are condominiums now that are springing up in villages right on.
Is that what your client will not do with the?
We will not be doing that with the property.
You'll covenant and restrict it only to your particular use.
Yes.
I like the word covenant.
I know you do.
That'll come up later, too.
So that'll be, what you presented to the board, that's going to be it,
Yes, yes,
as long as we both show love.
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, what else do we need to know, Mr. D'Agostino?
I do have my transportation and parking expert here, if you want to hear about the parking on the existing facility. I have the landscape architect here who can testify as to the landscaping that's going in, which the county, OSBAC, and the neighbors were very happy with. You may want to hear from him. That's I'd like to put them on if you.
Yeah, why don't you put them each on and they can testify in the narrative or you can question them. Just get it on the record, the landscape, the parking, the basics, so you have the record for it, okay?
So what I'll start with the landscape, Michael Coons.
Yeah, you don't have to go crazy, but let's just get the record made. So you have it.
Mike, they want a quick description of what's going in. Yeah. Just show them.
No one.
Wherever you're comfortable. Yeah. You've been sworn in, haven't you? Oh, he hasn't been sworn in yet.
Okay. Patrick will take care of that.
That's why Patrick's in.
Anyone who's planning to testify as an expert for Mr. D'Agostino now, why don't we just swear you in a group? Is this gentleman also need to be sworn in? You too, sir? Okay, if you want to do that real quick so we can move this along so the folks who are out here waiting can. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to shortchange it at the risk of substance, but I also want to move it.
This is the portion that he's not going to take. It's sloped up.
Because it is a use variance application.
Pardon me?
It is a use variance.
I know, that's why I said, let's go ahead and make the record. I know everyone would like to just push it, but it's more important you have your record and we have your record and we do what we got to do.
But he's severing it.
Make sure we take the testimony that should be taken, despite anyone's wish to go home early.
One in here, one in there.
Yes. If the town is smart enough and aware.
And since we don't have anyone signed in
Okay.
opposition, we can, normally I would want the exhibits to show to the others, but we're good, right? So, so you were sworn in, sir. Why don't you give your name and address for the record?
What does it spell out?
Okay, Mr. D'Agostino, this is your expert as to what?
Me on my paper.
As to the landscaping, as it was presented to Oshback and to the Planning Commission.
Okay, sir, you may have you testified before us before?
No.
Okay, have you
There you go.
testified before other administrative bodies? I hear you've testified at least before SPEC.
Correct.
And what, you want to tell us in 3 sentences what your background is?
Of course. Michael Kunz, licensed landscape architect in the state of New York, and I'm a consultant for the client for all matters relating to landscape architecture.
How long have you been a licensed architect?
2001.
Okay, and your license is in good standing now, et cetera?
Yes, it's been continuous the entire time.
Okay, so we'll qualify you to testify as to your opinion in the scope of all things landscape architect style and other landscaping matters, okay? So go ahead and, you can do it in the narrative, or you can question Mr. D'Agostino, whatever you prefer.
I'd like you to devote your attention to the proposed landscaping plan that we submitted, if you can describe it, which has been submitted both to the Planning Commission and OSPAC, upon which they base their approvals.
Do we have a small one of those with our materials or no? Okay, I'll follow along.
Yeah, what you'll see on this plan, this is kind of general existing conditions. The yellow line represents the area in question where the expansion is being proposed. So it's just a way to orient yourself to the project. This is a closer detail of what is being proposed. This is the current property, and this zone represents the expansion of the yard. And this is the zone where it was Mr. Agostino represented earlier as being landscaped.
Right, that's the state fence with some landscaping that will give the appearance from Old Mill Road and the park across the street from there.
Right.
There as looking also like a park.
Yeah, and I would like to say it's also meant as an enhancement to what's there. We want to keep as many existing mature trees as possible native, and we also want to take away a lot of the invasives that are actually a detriment to the current trees. There's English ivy growing up these trees, choking, yeah, exactly. Bayberry invasive, so just, client's good enough to really take a focused look at that, taking out all those awful invasives. So it's a restorative act as well. It's not just adding plants, it's enhancing what's already there in the quality, and of course, the park across the street and the entire Long Island.
The gravel aspect of that, no.
Just as just general, as far as drainage impacts, things like that.
Gray, what you've made gray on this illustration, is that what will be gravelled and
Primarily, yes.
for the parking?
Yes.
So there will be vegetation around the edges, but in the interior, it'll primarily be, there'll be something put down, I take it, under the gravel to stop grazing,
Yes, like a geotextile, exactly.
Okay.
Sounds like you have a civil engineer background, but.
No, I wish
But you'll see it's bracketed by, this is all existing trees here, and this is the park.
Yeah, that's the little building.
Yes, right. See, we're not touching it. We're staying away from the building.
And so, I take it that gravel will just butt right up against the existing pavement of the other adjoining property, right?
Correct.
There's no fence there.
Yeah, it'll just be a simple edging just to contain it, just so it doesn't spread, but, yes.
Anything else, Mr. D'Agostino?
That's it as far as the landscaping is concerned. And if you look with a little, you'll see the roof, if it's turned back, you'll see the roof of that little pump station, and that's surrounded by trees.
All the way, through.
Well, this is the part where the fellow's yard expanded, and that's not part of this, but this lot in here, This we are acquiring, but there'll be reservation, but it's still in the city, I think, that pump house, but we are planting around that as well, which is what we represented to everybody.
Is there a fence between that, the subject property and the railroad? Like if kids got in there?
Yeah, that's what we're not taking. From there, as soon as the grade goes up, that's where the fence is. And we're not taking south of the fence.
Yeah, so I mean, just thinking once you clear that out, kids got around in there, you don't want them to get over to the railroad.
Yeah, I mean, if you look what happens to the park on the other side, this will actually act as a buffer to keep the kids out. Yeah.
Anything else?
You want to show anything else?
Just kind of reiterating, like before and after, this shows the existing tree canopy. This is the expansion of the yard. This is all, presented earlier.
You'll see, there's the railroad and it pitches right here. It's about a 45-degree angle.
And so that fence would run right along here, that security fence. This shows a view from Old Mill Road. So you can see this is kind of very, this wooded area has seen better days. It's really overgrown.
That's the existing.
Yeah, that's a current view, yeah. But the idea is to restore existing trees, but also supplement it with some understory planting, like some river birches will do well in there, some arborvitae and native rhododendron. So just really a natural native landscape understory to supplement the beautiful trees that are already at the site. And yeah, this just shows a few images of the river birch, the arborvitae, New York ferns, azaleas, and rhododendrons populated throughout. So it's just like something you'd see in the Adirondacks. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you. Next is our transportation expert, Ethan. I can never pronounce your last name.
That's okay. Ethan Chikoski. That's all right. Wait till I have the mic here. TBD Engineering, offices at 275 Broad Hollow Road in Melville, New York. I've testified as an expert here before.
Yes, I recognize you. Since the last time you testified before this board, well, tell me, your area of expertise is?
Traffic engineering.
And parking also, or?
Traffic and parking engineering, yes.
Okay, and does that include anything doing with parking drainage?
I'm familiar with that, but no, I wouldn't say I'm an expert.
Okay, and you've had no changes to your qualifications since the last time you appeared before this board?
No.
Okay, so we'll qualify you as an expert to give your opinion, testimony as it relates to parking and traffic and significantly related matters.
Correct, thank you.
Go ahead.
If I may have him testify in a narrative fashion, I recognize the hour's getting late and.
It's okay, we need to make the record.
Yes.
I understand.
It's a very simple application from a traffic and parking perspective. It's an existing facility. They have a warehouse building. They have a parking lot on the east side of their building, and then they have the storage on the south side, which they're proposing to expand. We did visit the site on a couple of occasions. The way it works generally is employees come. It's obviously employee driven. There's no customers or retail of any sort. Employees come in the morning. They park in the lot to the west, and then they may drive trucks and which have heavy equipment out to different job sites in the area. They're demolition.
Okay, hold on a second. So the variance that we have here in off-street parking, Mr. D'Agostino, let's clarify this because I just realized it's not clear to me. The variance you're requesting off-street parking for this particular property that is going to be sought to be used to store large commercial vehicles. Are we talking about the shortfall of the parking requirements that are created by having an addition? Explain to me your parking variance because I'm not clear on what it's related to in terms of
Yeah.
what's creating the new parking demand, allegedly, because I don't think there is a new parking demand being created. But tell us what this variance, and give the numbers, please. Like what the building department determined you need and why, and what you have.
Let you give the variance numbers.
Okay, as far as the variance is concerned, factually, this business has been expanding. They do have large equipment and materials that they store. There is a significant portion of the existing building, which, as I recall, has a high ceiling, and they do store some large equipment in there. The employees generally park outside. There are some trucks outside, but the business has been expanding, and our client has acquired two other locations where any work that's done in Suffolk County, they have a property in an industrial zone property out there, and they've acquired two. So basically, this is for overflow or storage of materials or the heavy equipment that is not going east, maybe going west, and is not on a staging area, so that it's on the job that they would bring back. So it's my understanding and that you're going to have the automobiles of the employees who commute to this location, both office employees and operators of the machinery, and they'll park their cars there and they'll take the machinery out. That being said, I would defer to the parking and traffic expert unless you have any questions of me.
Yeah, one second. Miss Becky, would you tell us what caused the apparent additional demand for actual parking? Because we're talking so much about storing things. Can you just tell us what, I'm a little confused about if they calculated, storage of vehicles yields this many parking spots? Because this property is to be used for, if I understand correctly, is to store equipment and store stuff.
In conjunction with the building and the use that they already have.
Okay, so can you just tell me what new use they defined as creating the new parking demand, and what that number is?
Okay, so the property is in a residence building, business zone, so automatically parking and the use is non-permitted. The plan examiner has determined that accessory parking required is 139 spaces, and they have 0 provided because the area is in a residential B zone.
How much do they have? How many? Well, no, they're not here to legalize any spots.
So,
usually,
Right, they have 0 provided. They're not
but
providing any spots.
It's not just because residential, they don't even have any that if we gave relief would be counted, you know what I mean?
Yes, but as per the building department, spots that are in a residence B zone are pretended like they do not exist.
But I don't think we have any of those.
No, we have nothing.
Yeah, because those usually ask us for stuff. So, but is the whole 139 a function of this property? They're just saying, okay, this size property now is being used in the way that you're describing, yields this many, at least mathematically.
I believe the calculation from the building department was 1 per 500 square feet
So they did it
for that area, which is about 67.
This whole 139 is a function of this area of storage. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Follow-up question to that. If the board were to deny the variance in off-street parking, can they go forward with their purchase and use storage of the vehicles?
Well, in no manner can we halt a sale of a property.
No, I'm not interested in that. If the board were to deny this, even though it was promised that in the future it's going to remain the same, if for some reason it doesn't remain the same, I would not want to see them with the variance in off-street parking as, hey, I got a variance for 156 spaces. So if the board were to deny that 156 or whatever the number is,
The property would be deemed useless in their case because that's what.
But could they, the building department would not issue a building permit for what their intended use is?
No, we could not issue a building permit for the intended use because the property has remained the Residence B zone, period. So they would not be able to do anything.
Be waiver of off-street parking?
Correct. Parking is not permitted in the Residence B zone.
Ironically, it's considered a variance.
I think this is where it's going. The transaction likely would fail at that point.
Understood.
Okay.
But, so why don't you tell us, now that I understand the shortfall that was created, would be created by this transaction is a function of just a storage calculation, which we all know, that's the black and white calculation that then we have to, that's why we exist here. Tell us how this 139 number doesn't really reflect the needs that this transaction would create.
Yes, so that's essentially the basis of my testimony is this is really an expansion of their existing operation. So when we went out there, we found that there was plenty of available parking stalls in their parking lot next to their building. At peak, it was about 80% occupied. With
How many stalls do they have in their lot? Just out of curiosity.
it was 15. We counted 59 stalls.
Total or available?
A total.
Okay.
And it was about 80% occupied during,
Yeah.
the peak of the day.
How many employees do you have at that location?
There's about 25.
Okay, and there's no retail there, is there?
No, there's
No,
not.
it's just okay. So you had 25 employees, 59 spots, and this is more for equipment and stuff, okay.
Yeah, and we looked at the equipment storage in the rear as well, and while very organized and neat, they do stack equipment. The excavators and the trucks that are stacked at that. So expanding to that southern area would allow them to just give themselves a little bit more space, not have to move equipment around the yard all the time. Essentially, we concluded that the additional storage space to the south is not going to significantly increase any parking demand.
I mean, I think
for
the
their
whole storage
overall
calculation
operation.
usually envisions that storage goes with a business, so I think there's a built-in sort of number that, if you have 500 square feet of storage, there must be at least one job generated by that. In this case, that's not the proper analysis for this particular scenario.
That was our conclusion, yes.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned earlier, there was available parking in their parking lot, but also some on Burns Avenue as well. Mostly industrial uses on Burns Avenue. There's a gymnastics place across the street, but they operate at different times than the demolition company contractor. So, I mean, that really concludes my testimony. It's not a very complicated, operation for me. I'm happy to answer any other questions. I do have a letter report summarizing our findings dated May 20th.
Okay, did you prepare that?
Yes.
Okay, well, you want to put that into
I'll put
evidence?
that
Yeah,
on.
we'll accept that into evidence. How many pieces of equipment does this business have at this location now? And how many, if it's increasing, I don't know if you're just spreading it out or increasing it as a function of this transaction?
So currently we have 20 heavy trucks, 10 of them park in the garage at night, and we only use 10 trucks. We either use the large trucks or the small trucks. We don't rarely run all 20 trucks. And then we have equipment that is being serviced there that we bring in. And so we probably have right now, if I'm going to guess, 25 pieces of equipment. We overall own well over 300 pieces, but we have other facilities where we store our equipment. This is not a large-scale storage yard. This facility it's our original headquarters. And it's convenient for our home and for our employees to work in the estimating department and be able to go to a local train station and get into New York City from the Belmore station or the Wantor station. So it's very conducive for our operation. Since it's our corporate headquarters and I have an opportunity, I've had my eye on the piece behind us. I've been pursuing this for 10 years.
Oh, wow. Do you intend to also store building materials, for example?
No, not necessarily building materials, but smaller equipment as well. So you would have a tow-behind air compressor. You would have things of that nature, a generator that's mobile.
Would you build a building to shelter the equipment, some of this stuff, or?
No,
No, it's all going to be open storage.
yes.
Okay, Mr. D'Agostino, are we done with experts? Mr.
Oh,
Nelson, you're up to bat. Name and address.
it's evening.
It's afternoon. I think evening starts at 5, doesn't it?
No, he's being sarcastic, obviously. Thank you, Mr. D'Agostino. I said thank you.
It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmont, New York, 11710.
Mr. Nelson, this is the last time you testified before this board as to real estate valuations. Have there been any changes to your credentials?
No.
Okay, you're qualified to testify with the scope of real estate evaluations, and related matters.
Thank you. I'm going to hand in 2 exhibits, packet of photographs. I got 3 copies. They include the subject property and the surrounding area. They were taken by myself. You can have more.
You took the photographs, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, I did.
Fairly and accurately represent what they purport to represent?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know how to do that enhancing and other stuff.
Have to ask, make the record.
Actually, the photographs and the aerial view probably will tell the best story to the meat of my testimony. The subject property is just north of Sunrise Highway, west of Old Mill Road. The Long Island Railroad is just to the south. That's raised about 20 feet.
Thank you.
And is adjacent to the subject property. The area to the north of the subject parcel would be all industrial zone parcels. If you look at my aerial view and the photographs that I provided, taken by myself, it'll depict why the subject property cannot be used in any lawful use permitted in the residential B zone. And primarily, that would be a single-family dwelling. I am sure somebody could say we could put a single-family house there, but the quality of life abutting the railroad and what you...
There is a deaf community.
My cousin Vinny, remember the train comes through early in the morning?
And the longevity of that house, I don't know. It'd have to be built on steel and concrete. And you see in my photographs to the north, it's all industrial up to Burns Avenue. On the north side of Burns Avenue is light manufacturing. The uses are industrial uses. You have the corner parcel, southwest corner of Burns Avenue and Old Mill Road. It's a warehouse building now used by a local auto center for storage of vehicles and associated related uses. The next property to the west of that would be Meanham Oil Depot, and as council mentioned, off the records, it's about 1 million gallons of fuel stored at that depot. The next 2 parcels would be the applicant's parcels, industrial uses, and the aerial views and the, I'm sorry, you do have a 2-story warehouse and industrial building, and then you have the applicant's parcel there.
My next door neighbor that he mentions with the 2-story warehouse, that is a licensed disposal facility for hazardous waste.
So you really don't want your house on that property?
So you don't want this property to be used for a single-family dwelling location. Just to go back to the usage of this property, it would be screened from any residential development to the south of Sunrise Highway by the raised railroad, and anything further north off of Old Mill Road, which would be the next street, north of Burns Avenue, Lowell's Avenue, would not view the subject property from their locations. You have to the west, you have Belmore locale, now Hillside Avenue, and they're already impacted by the industrial zone, and this would be southeast of those residences. As we mentioned, this property cannot be lawfully used for residential B use unless it's by a municipal, and the municipalities have not used the property for many years, and the applicant would put it back on the tax rolls, which makes sense, and the use as far as outdoor storage of commercial vehicles is not going to be harmful to the surrounding community.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Nelson.
That's it for my presentation. Just would mention, I don't know, and you'll be asking if there are any residents of the community here.
Right.
What on their way for after that?
Okay, I looked at the sign-in sheet. There was no one who signed in interested who wasn't a part of your group. So is there anyone else here who wishes to testify in this matter who's not here and didn't sign in? Okay, so go ahead, Mr. D'Agostino.
We've had meetings with members of the community, and I can tell you, doing this for 57 years, it probably was the most cordial meeting that I've had in this type of an application. My client has been a great neighbor to the residential property owners to the west. He's allowed them access through his property to their properties. You put in screen plantings and have assisted them in many ways. And I think nobody's showing up in opposition, if that's still the case. It's a testament that to the type of neighbor that Mr. Parziali's operation is.
Great, okay. If there's nothing further, Mr. D'Agostino, are there any other questions from the board?
D'Agostino. As far as the parking is concerned, so you said you have 25 employees? 25 employees you have?
Yes.
That's my question. In other words, so my question is, you have 25 employees in your office, but what about the truck drivers that come to pick up your heavy equipment and take it somewhere else, like for a job? Does that add to the 25 spaces we're talking about?
No, it does not. So currently, the drivers, what they do is they drive in. There's 10 drivers. They drive in, they park in the spot that the truck was, and then they leave. And that's not considered even in those parking space numbers that were.
So in other words, you only have 25 people, then no more at your place?
Well, we do get visitors as we do presentations, so, but they can go more, but yes, that's.
But as far as your employees, not visitors, in other words, 25, the office employees and the truck drivers are the 25, they're all.
It would be 35 at that point.
So it's 35 now for the spaces?
Yes,
And then plus visitors?
and then visitors, that's
How
correct.
many visitors do you get in a given day?
I would say we probably get a dozen visitors per day.
So about 45 to 50 spots a day is taken, and you have 156 spots, you said? Or you need?
No, we have 56 spots, I believe was the number.
So
59.
So it's closer to 50, and you have 59 spaces.
But I also said that we have 10 truck drivers that park in the back. They park where the truck is that aren't in spots. We can line, I guess we can draw.
No, I'm trying to understand in my mind as far as the parking. You said you had 25 employees, right?
Yes,
So the office people, but then there's more people that come and take the trucks, and then you have visitors. So there's about 45 spots needed.
that's correct.
Thank you. That's all.
We have sufficient parking, and we also do park in the back if necessary. And we do not rely on the street parking. We do not rely. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I want to say thank you to the board for your consideration today and for hearing us.
You're welcome. Okay, if there are no other questions from the board, is there a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Everyone who signed in will get a copy of the decision.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I'm sitting here the rest of the day. Oh, no, I gotta.
Thank you.
He's trying to leave now.
4:30. Stephanie, we're going to take a short break for you to get whatever you want because the next 4 cases are together and they'll take a little bit of time. For those of you who are here, we have 4 cases coming up that are to be heard together, I guess. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and let the court reporter rest her hands, and then we will resume. So we'll be back at 20 after. All right, you want to call it?
Next, we'll be calling case 118326, Uniondale, Michael A. Cardinale Jr. and Edward LaGuardia. Variances, lot area occupied, side yard, construct attached two-car garage, Lot A, also known as 252 Maple Avenue. Additionally, we have case 118426, Uniondale, Michael A. Cardinale Jr. and Edward LaGuardia. Variance, lot area occupied, construct attached garage, Lot B. We also have case 64025, Uniondale, Michael A. Cardinale Jr. and Edward LaGuardia. Variances, subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, side yards aggregate, maintained dwelling on a lesser lot, demolished detached garage, Lot A, also known as 252 Maple Avenue. Finally, we have case 64125, Uniondale, Michael A. Cardinale Jr. and Edward LaGuardia. Variances, subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, construct dwelling, Lot B, west side Maple Avenue, 259.35 feet north of Front Street. Gentlemen, I have you both sworn in from earlier. If you could just give name and address for the record.
Turn off the mic. For the applicant, Thomas McKevitt, San Ord Braf Cascignano, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, 11553.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, it's Michael.
No.
Can't see it. Oh, here we go, I got it.
Okay.
Once I looked, good afternoon again, it's Michael Lynch, 15 Dewey Street, Huntington, New York. Here is the real estate expert.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. I represent the applicants in this matter. The location of the subject premises is 252 Maple Avenue, Uniondale, New York, also known as Section 34, Block 476, Lot 196 on the land tax map of Nassau County. The property is zoned Residence B in the town of Hempstead. As indicated beforehand, it is on the west side of Maple Avenue, north of Front Street. The lot is 10,000 square feet. It's 100 feet wide by 100 feet deep. As you notice, the area is entirely single-family dwellings, except notably St. Michael's Ukrainian Orthodox Church is directly across the street. According to the Nassau County Assessment Department records, the dwellings currently there was of unknown age in 1938, and the property at that time included a garage and a chicken coop was on the property. It's certainly seeing, milk distributors and chicken coops. Yes, we got them all. A rear deck was added in 1997, and there was an addition to detached garage, which a permit was issued in 1998. The building department did, in 2024, issue permit 24-9752, which is a non-conforming permit for the existing dwelling, which is located at the premises. Currently, we have an 18.6% lot coverage. Our application is essentially to maintain the existing dwelling on a lesser lot, which is in the southern portion of the property, and to construct a new dwelling on the northern portion of it. Each of the lots will be 50 feet wide by 100 foot deep. So this case has been adjourned a couple of times. We were here in February, and then we were adjourned in May. And let me tell you the backstory, what happened. Under the original proposal, there is one large garage in the premises, and we were going to demolish it. And we're going to have simply one dwelling on one lot and one dwelling on the other. When the notices went out and the sign went up, a number of neighbors complained about the fact that there was no garage on the property, that they feel that there was parking was an issue, and that was a big complaint. So my client then decided if the neighbors wanted a garage, he'd be willing to build garages. So actually, again, it's an existing garage, which he's going to sort of alter at that point. And so that's why we're here today. So under the original proposal, other than the lot width, we wouldn't need any more variances. We're going to need now a lot coverage area variance to go and fit the garages. Again, my client was originally fine about not putting the garage. It would certainly save him money to not have the garage. But if the neighbor's wanting it, him to show he's trying to be a good neighbor in the community, he's willing to build the garages. So that's how that came about. The one garage on the property which is being maintained is actually going to have a 1 foot side yard setback, again, because of the way you're configuring it, the structure of the garage. So that's why the garage on the new property does not require a variance, but the one on the old property where the house is going to require, again, a slight side yard variance as far as is concerned. So that's why it came down to. We're speaking smaller, yes.
Yeah, so, okay, I just.
Right. It's much smaller than what's currently there. So to break it down, case 640 of 25 is for Lot A. Which is the existing house. Again, we need the variances for lot width and lot area at 5,000 square feet. And the side yards where the aggregate is 13 feet 4 inches when 15 feet is required. So it's a rather minor side yard aggregate variance. And case 1183 says 26 is for the 2-car garage to go on that lot. And that then triggers the lot coverage variance of 32.7%, as well as the 1 foot side yard setback. Case 641 of 25 on Lot B is the new dwelling. And again, we need the variances for lot width at 50 feet, for lot area at 5,000 feet. And case 1184 of 26 is for the garage in this lot. And that once again triggers the lot coverage variance, and it's slightly bigger at 33.19%. I have with me once again is Michael Lynch, who is a licensed real estate New York State appraiser. And you can ask what his qualifications have changed in the last hour and a half and see if we want to once again qualify him as an expert. He's gotten older since then, that I do know.
I will do that in 1 second. I just want to be clear on the lot area occupied numbers. So on the first case on the calendar, so that is Lot A, your total lot area occupied with the garage is going to be what?
32.7.
Okay. So the other one is the one that's
33.19.
33.
Slightly larger.
33.19. Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Lynch, I assume since the last time you testified before the board, your qualifications have not changed, so you are qualified to testify as to matters of real estate valuation, etc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, it's Michael Lynch. Before I begin, I'd like to submit a panel of photographs I took of the subject property and the surrounding area along Maple Avenue.
Fairly and accurately represent what they purport to represent.
Yes, they do.
Okay, we'll accept those into evidence.
Also a markup of the radius map.
You prepared the markup, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, I did,
We'll
which I
accept those into
prepared.
evidence. That's a cute little house.
It is. And we're going to keep it.
I know. I think you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and lastly, I just have 3 Board of Appeals decisions in the area of Uniondale.
All right, we'll accept those into evidence, take judicial.
So, as Mr. McKevitt indicated, this older section of Uniondale, the property is directly opposite to the west, St. Michael's Church, and we're just north of Front Street, and there's a convenience store just to the south of us at the northwest corner of Front Street and Maple Avenue. But it's otherwise a 100% single-family home area, other than, again, we're directly opposite the church. So the property, as you know, is 100 by 100 overall, and it's improved with a circa unknown little Dutch colonial dwelling, as well as a 3-car detached garage at the rear. And as you know, we're gonna divide that 3-car garage up so that the southerly portion, two bays of that will be on Lot A, and then on Lot B, we'll have the remainder of the 1-car garage, and then we're going to add on to that. So both proposed lots will now have 2-car detached garages. And again, in the interest of the community, which desired to have that garage remain, so that's what triggered, as Mr. McKevitt indicated, our lot area variances on both.
Hold on. So when you say divide the garage, and I'm looking at the site plan,
Yes.
you're actually just going to cut a chunk out of the garage and put a new wall on?
No, it's gonna be separated somehow.
Right.
I don't know how. I'm not in construction. And then for Lot B, they're gonna add to the remainder of the
Right.
one car. So we'll have two-car garages. And again, in the interest of the neighbors and the community, they don't want to see cars on the street. So otherwise, we wouldn't have lot area variances for both applications.
Understood.
But in this case, we do. So the area is made up of lots ranging anywhere from 40 by 100 up to 100 by 100. There are two other 100 by 100 lots in the area within the 300-foot radius, but again, they're both improved with substantial residences, and it just wouldn't pay to subdivide those two. So just in terms of precedent, but the area is made up of other 40, 50-foot lots. And again, there are two other 100-foot lots, but otherwise it's primarily 40, 50, 60-foot lots. And our two proposed subdivided lots will conform to the overall pattern of development. So within the 100-foot radius, we are abutted on our south by a 40-footer, and we're abutted to our north by an 80-foot lot. Again, we're opposite St. Michael's Church to the east. Just to the rear of us, diagonally to the rear of us, is another 40-footer on Greenbrier Avenue. But to just go through the mix, within the 100-foot radius, there are 11 overall parcels. 2 of those are substandard with respect to width and lot area, which makes up 18% of the mix. Within the 200-foot radius, there are 24 homes, 8 of which are substandard with respect to lot width and lot area, which is a 33% mix. And then within the 300-foot radius, there are 41 homes, of which 12 are substandard, which is 29%. Again, we're in the Residence B, which is a 6,000 square foot minimum and a 55-foot minimum width. As explained, we're looking to maintain the little Dutch Colonial on Lot A. On the 50-foot lot, we need width and lot area variances in addition to a side area aggregate of 13.4. We're just below the requirement of 27.5%. We are at 32.7 for Lot B and 33.19 for Lot A. And again, that's in the interest of maintaining the garages and slightly adding for the benefit of off-street parking in the immediate area.
Mr. Lynch, I found the one 100 by 100 on the corner of Braxton and
Yes,
Maple.
that's
Where's
number.
the second one?
That's the second one is at number 234. That's 2 lots up from us. 234 Maple Avenue. That's also a 100 by 100 foot lot. And again, both that and the lot to the north at 966 Braxton Street, they're both improved with substantial residences that are in nice shape, and it just wouldn't be feasible to knock those 2 houses down to construct 2.
Also located in the middle of the lot.
Right, the middle lot. So in order to, you have to demolish the house. See, we're fortunate that we have space, but they have to demolish it out and construction costs, that's why.
Correct. Yeah, we're at the southern end of our overall parcel, and it's a relatively small house. It's only about 1,500 square feet of gross living area. So again, we're looking to maintain the Dutch Colonial on Lot A. We need a minor overall lot area, aggregate side yard. And again, we need lot area coverage because of the garage that will be maintained. And of course, we need lot and width area variances for the 50-foot width and 5,000 square foot overall area. Lot B will have the new home, which again will require lot width and lot area of a 50 by 100 lot. And we also do need a minor variance for side yard for the garage.
What is that? What do you require and what do you have?
Required 2, we're providing 1.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need a 1 foot variance on that. And again, back to the lot coverage because of the desired garage, the two-car garage, which will be, the one car that will be added to, which will now be a two-car, that triggers the lot area coverage of 32.7, where 27.5 is code. We're looking to build a two-story conventional colonial on this property. It'll be in keeping with the newer homes that have been built recently in the Uniondale community. It'll be, again, consistent in terms of character to those new homes that have been built. So overall, I don't believe the relief is substantial when taken in concept with the immediate area and the pattern of development. The lot coverage is only exceeding, again, due to the community's wish to see the existing garage space maintained in the interest of parking congestion on Maple Avenue. We will not burden the environmental conditions in the area. We're only adding a net of one new home to Maple Avenue. We can't achieve this relief, these variances without relief from this board, particularly lot area width and lot area. And with respect to the lot coverage, again, we need relief from this board because the community looks for the applicant to maintain the existing garage space. So overall, the application, if it's approved, will result in a positive development to the area with a net of one new home, which certainly won't harm median property values in the area with the new home. And the new lots will be consistent with the existing pattern of development on Maple Avenue and the immediate neighborhood of Uniondale. And at this point, I can answer any questions.
How does the fire hydrant enter into the picture?
Catch that, Mr.
It's right in front of the house. That I think is one of the main reasons why the neighbors had such issues regarding the parking, because you are losing parking off the street because of it. So because if you don't have that garage space back there, then you're going to be forced to park somewhere in the house. So the neighbors know the area. They know what they're talking about. That's how I think the fire hydrant came into them requiring that there be the garage. I noticed that myself.
Mr. McKevitt, but thank your client too, because it does matter that people try to be good neighbors.
Yes.
And you're always, when you're here, you always do your best to sincerely work with the neighborhood. And if more people could be good neighbors, we'd be a lot better off in this world. So
We try and have a good client who wants to do the right thing too. It costs him a lot more money, but again, he sees it's the right thing.
right, but you have someone advising them who
Yes.
also pursues that. So we appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Are there any other questions from the board? If not, do we have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, you done now for the day, Mr. McKevitt?
I got some entertaining one for the day.
We should put you on the afternoon, always get us out of here early.
I've never done 5 in one day before my life. I never will again.
Oh, you got,
Really?
Got adjourned back.
You have so much energy, you could do 10 in a day.
you got college tuition, man.
That too.
Finally, we have case 11326 through 11426, Point Lookout, Maureen Berry. Variances, lot area occupied, front yard setback on both streets, construct dwelling with garage, demolish existing dwelling, special exception to maintain fifth accessory structure, pizza oven, also known as 129 Baldwin Avenue.
We've been sworn, you need to be sworn.
Tell the truth, the whole truth.
I'll start with me, then Barry, then this is the architect.
Mr. McKevitt, Mr. Nelson, just your name and address again for the record.
So for the applicant, for the fifth and last time today, Thomas McKevitt, San Ward Braff Coscignano, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, 11553.
Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. Good evening.
Good evening, yes, Stephen.
Nicholas File, architect, 58 Lexington Avenue, Malvern.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. We've actually been here before for this case, and just to bring it back, this case was originally had a couple of adjournments. It was last on for April 15th, 2025. My client, Mrs. Maureen Barry, actually flew over from England in order to go and testify for that hearing. Yes. And we found out less than 24 hours beforehand that the neighbor had retained counsel and requested an adjournment. So at that time, because again, my client did require extensive expenditures and money to come over here, the board did allow her to go and testify at that time. And just to synopsize, when you can obviously look at the transcript, but pretty much what her testimony was is.
Consolidate?
Yes. Yes, yes. I really consider this as part of the same hearing as partial testimony, and I really look at it as a continuation of the hearing from April 15th, is how I look at
It's
it.
kind of on as its own matter, but
Right.
okay, just in case it isn't, I don't
Sure.
know the exact status, so we'll just consolidate.
I move to consolidate, yes, Madam Chairperson. And really just to give a quick synopsis of her testimony is that she has lived in Point Lookout for 20 years. She's looking to make this her full-time home with her family. She has 3 adult sons, one who's married, 2 will hopefully be married. She's looking for many grandchildren one day to walk down literally to the beach. And she actually said that when I reviewed testimony, she wanted to hold their hands and bring them down and keep the family together. But the most important thing was going to be her family residence. She was not going to rent it out. It was not going to be a party house. It was not going to be an Airbnb. They're putting a substantial expense in this house to make it their permanent family home. They are currently in England at this point, but it is their goal to make this their permanent home, come over to the United States. Again, they've been here for 20 years, spending summers and times in Point Lookout. So the location of the premises is 129 Baldwin Avenue, Point Lookout. It's located in the northwest corner of Baldwin Avenue and Ocean Avenue, known as Section 61, Block 6, Lot 34 on the land tax map in Nassau County, located in the residential B zone of the town of Hempstead. The 2 cases we have on are for 113 of 26 and 114 of 26. It's variances for lot area occupied, front yard setbacks, and a special exception to maintain a 5th accessory structure, which is a pizza oven down in the premises, which has been there, from what I gather, for many, many years. It's located in the Residence B district of the town of Hempstead. The premises is 132.75 feet wide on Baldwin Avenue. It's 76.2 feet wide on that rear property line. It is 95.69 feet on Ocean Avenue. It is a total of 8,320 square feet. It was originally constructed in 1930, and interestingly enough, there were originally 2 separate houses on this one lot. And in 1973, in case 807, the board had a application to construct an addition to combine the 2 houses into one house. So when you look at the house, it's a weird hodgepodge because, again, it was one house and another house, and they put an addition in between to make it one big house. So that's how it originally came. And just to indicate too, on May 13th of 2015, the board granted variances for the current backyard setup in cases 380 to 383 of 2015. And that includes an outdoor barbecue, some brick area back there. Interestingly enough, the pizza oven was in those plans and it indicated to be filed in their separate application, but they just never did it. So when the board approved the application back then, it approved the whole site and no one just followed through with the pizza oven. That's how it happened.
We're so careful these days.
Exactly. So right today, with Miss First here, that would never happen today. I know that for a fact.
Yes.
We are seeking to demolish the existing dwelling and construct a FEMA 3-story dwelling where the first level will not be habitable with 2 habitable stories on top. One statement I'm going to make very, very clear, and I'm probably going to have to say this many, many times this afternoon: height is not an issue in this case.
Right, you only have lot area occupied and 2 front yards, right?
Correct. Our height is 29.54 feet above the design flood elevation above DFE. It is actually above the crown of the road, 34 feet 5 3/4 inches. But again, it is completely compliant under the FEMA rules in the town of Hempstead that no height variance is being requested. As a matter of fact, we can raise the current dwelling to a height of 30 feet as a matter of right and never come before this board.
Right.
Correct. So,
Otherwise, no number of stories requested.
right, exactly, which it would not. So we are reducing the zoning parameters from the current property in every single category. And let me begin. The lot coverage is currently 41.6%. We are reducing it to 38.4%. The front yard on Ocean Avenue is currently 4.8 feet. We are increasing that to 6 feet. The front yard on Baldwin Avenue is currently 4.76 feet. We are increasing that to 6 feet. The side yard on the north of the property, which is the property where the objector, who will be testifying here today, is currently 5.1 feet. We are doubling that, over doubling that to 12.67 feet. Again, currently 5.1, we're increasing it to 12.67. The rear yard currently 27.87, increasing that to 29 feet.
But just to be clear, those yards, the rear yard and the side yard, you're improving the situation, but you also are not seeking variances for those.
Correct. Correct. So I have with me Nick File, who is the architect of the premises, and he's going to give a brief testimony to the board. And what's interesting enough is that he was the architect for the previous owners of the property who originally filed this application. And then the Barrys bought this property several years ago, and he's going to describe the changes they made, and more importantly, the changes they made to their designs in consideration to the next door neighbor. So I'll, Mr. File, explain. Actually, just indicate your educational background, you're a registered architect. You just explain it to the board first. Yes.
Good evening. Nicholas File, architect. I've been practicing on my own for approximately 9 years, in the business for, scary to say, but 15. As Mr. McKevitt indicated, I was the previous architect. I was the architect for the previous homeowner before the property was sold. They had previously planned to do exactly what Tom had said earlier: repair the existing dwelling, build an entire second floor on top of that existing dwelling, fill in the basement, meet FEMA requirements, and request a height variance. At the time, I believe this was 2020 or 21. When Mrs. Barry bought the property, we obviously reviewed those drawings. We had many discussions, wanted to take into consideration the neighborhood, the relation to all the neighbors, both north and west. And along those lines, we made several design revisions. As Mr. McKevitt indicated, we moved the north wall of the property 8 feet further south, doubling the side required. The required side yard was 5 feet. We doubled that to a 12.67 feet. She specifically indicated we do not want to go for a height variance. We understand the board's opinion on it now. When we started the second process, we're not asking for height. So along those lines, we lowered the original design ceiling heights from 10 feet first and second floor to 9 feet first and second floor. The overall height from design flood elevation is 29.54. Like Tom said, approximately 6 inches below what is required. Additionally, that height is measured to the tallest ridge, which is the east-west ridge towards the south of the property. As we move north along the property line, that ridge actually steps down, and by the time we get to the northernmost ridge point, we're at 28 feet 7 inches. Additionally, to minimize the wall facing the northern property, we changed the roof from a gable to a hip to minimize the overall wall height. We didn't want it to just be a giant flat wall. We also reduced the number of windows along that north side to maximize the neighbor's privacy. There's one window on the second floor that opens into a water closet that will be opaqued, just to let in a little bit of natural light, natural ventilation. Finally, one of the concerns of the surrounding neighbors was the noise and smoke from the previously approved fire pit, the hangout area, the outdoor living space, which is what Point Lookout is known for. Along those lines, on the ground floor, we created a covered, semi-enclosed lanai to make it more private from all the neighbors, really. So along the ground level at the north side, there is a privacy wall running across the full back of the property, of the dwelling, apologies.
And just indicate, the issue regarding the smoke from that barbecue area was one that a number of neighbors brought up. And again, my client's certainly going to address that. She's exploring making it a gas instead, or whatever covering has to be done, but she's definitely going to do it. She wants to be a good neighbor, and a number of neighbors have complained about it. So she's certainly going to make some changes for her own regard too. So just go over a number of decisions I have here. Actually, I have a set of decisions for the board. And I actually have 7 decisions for other council as well too, so I'll give him a copy. Yeah, sure, thank you. So just to start indicating, on November 25th, 1987, this board for the northern properties, which is adjacent to ours, at 121 and 123 Baldwin Avenue, in cases 1123 and 1124 of 1987, this board granted variances for a subdivision for 22 Baldwin Avenue and 36 Baldwin Avenue to construct a new dwelling.
So those are on our map as?
Yes, they are.
Pepe residence and Beauregard residence?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the lot coverages for them are 45% and 39.8%. The one in King Pepe is 39.8%, and Beauregard is 45%. That was granted by this board in 1987. Continuing at 117 Baldwin Avenue, which is, again, to the north, on December 9th, 2019, the board granted variances to construct a new house in case 1016 of 19 for 117 Baldwin Avenue. The board granted 43.5%. I know this is a 6,300 square foot lot, and we do understand we do have a large lot, different than other lots, but for a 6,300 square foot lot, this board granted 43.5%, as well as a height variance of 33 feet 9 inches. And again, we are requesting no height.
On our map we don't have the addresses, so is that lot 23?
Yes, lot 23.
How large do you say that?
43.5.
No, but the lot looks like it's 60 by 35.
It's both lots. It's both lots 23 and 25. It's both lots. That's how you get 6,300 square feet.
Okay, and so that whole thing, 25 and 23 together are 43%.
43.5.
And what did you say the coverage was on lot 36, the one right next to the subject property? I missed it. I got 45 on 20.
The one directly to the north is 39.8, and the one north of that is 45. So if you actually sit the subject, the 3 lot coverages of the lots in sequence is 39.8, 45, and 43.5.
And this one's 41.
Right, and the one just north of that, let's see, I was getting to that next, Mr. Nelson. It's 111 Baldwin Avenue has a lot coverage of 41.8%.
That's lot 26?
That is lot 26, yes. So,
Don't forget this one.
I'm getting there. 110 Baldwin Avenue has a lot coverage of 42%, and that was as per case 698 of 07.
What lot number is that? We don't have an address.
Across the street.
It's across the street.
So lot 11?
9.
That's what's that coverage?
41.8.
Okay.
106 Baldwin Avenue, which is the very top, those are lots 7 and 8 on Baldwin Avenue. That has a lot coverage of 42%, and that was as per case 698 of 07, decided by this board on July 18th, 2007. 106 Baldwin Avenue has a lot coverage of 44%, as per case 823 of 1995, decided on September 27th, 1995. And last but not least,
Can you say the lot numbers as you do it? Because I'm
that's 7 and 8. 7 and 8.
Okay.
And finally, the last one, which is the Gioia residence, which is lot 17, is directly to the south of the subject. Directly to the south. It borders there on, west. Turn around, get my directions right. It's the corner of Parkside Drive and Ocean Boulevard. And that was approved by the board in case 811 of 1989 on December 13th of 1989 of 49.4%.
Do you happen to have the number for Lots 18 and 19 across the street from the subject property. It's directly across the street.
Those,
Go ahead, Barry.
those have almost original houses, but they have lot coverages in excess of 50% on each one, closer to 55%.
Do you know what the numbers are, or just, I'll just put,
For lot number 19, it's 56%, and lot 18, 56%.
okay.
Those are 35 by 60, 2,100 square foot lots
And when do you think those lots were built?
in the 1920s
20s.
and 1930s.
I don't suppose you know the coverage on lot 20.
Lot 20 is, no, that's a conforming lot. I think it's under construction or renovation. That runs from street to street, from Baldwin Avenue to Belmore Avenue and frontage on.
What about lot 16, which is across the street from the
Lot
subject?
16, wait.
Spangler?
That's a compliant as far as lot coverage, never been before the board. The one to the rear of
Wait,
that, okay.
It's never been before the board, so,
I haven't
so you
seen it.
think it's, so we're going to assume it's compliant, okay.
The one behind it, which is a lot 25,
Mhm.
the oversized, that has a lot coverage of 37.22%, and that's known as 125 Belmore Avenue.
That residence that is compliant across the street, Mr. Nelson, do you know the address of it?
124, you're talking about the Spangler?
Yeah,
124.
thank you.
At this time, I was going to turn over the testimony to Barry Nelson, who's been qualified before his board previously as a real estate expert. And we've heard him more, but I guess we'll see if you qualify him again.
I'm sorry. Mr. Nelson, since the last time you were qualified by this board to testify as an expert with regard to real estate valuations, have there been any changes to your credentials?
No, I'm still in good standing.
All right, you can give your opinion testimony as it relates to real estate and real estate valuation.
Let me ask these people to leave.
Our nut peanut gallery.
Peanut gallery. I'm going to hand in, oh no, you can stay. I have two sets of photographs. The originally I was out in January of 2025, and those pictures have a lot of snow in it. And then I was back in April of
You took the photograph?
2026, I'm sorry.
You took the photographs?
Yes.
Fairly and accurately reflect what they purport to reflect?
In my opinion, they do, yes.
Okay, we'll accept those into evidence.
So,
Wait,
very little for me to say.
Did you give Mr. D'Agostino a set?
Oh, is he still here?
Mr. D'Agostino, do you have a set of Mr. Nelson's photographs? I have it. Thank you. Thank you.
Council's gone over the case substantially. He's gone over the area character as far as lot coverages, which I was going to present, and there's no need to repeat it. The big crux of this application would be that the existing house currently situated on the property from a north to south direction is smaller. From east and west, it sets back a couple of feet from Ocean Boulevard and Baldwin Avenue. It provides greater side yard or northerly property, from the northerly property line to the dwelling, a greater setback. And
thank you.
It's one of the prime locations within the Point locale. It is a beachfront, just about location. And what's being requested before this board has been entertained by this board by numerous applicants almost on a weekly basis throughout Point Lookout. Lot area coverage, setbacks, and yes, the property is one of the larger parcels in the area, but this is the makeup of this community. We have parcels as small as 35 by 60, 2,100 square feet. It's part of the community. We've had applicants come before this board and ask for lot coverage and 3 stories on 35 by 60, and they've been granted. The area is well established. What the applicant is seeking is a reasonable request considering that it formerly did have 2 dwellings. And if you knock this down and you put 2 dwellings on this at this location on separate tax lots, you'd be asking for similar variances and probably greater lot area coverage considering what has been developed in the area. It's my opinion the proposed application is not going to be detrimental to property values, the median property values, and considering its location is a reasonable request. We've been before this board. In fact, one of the subdivisions that I recently did was the Emery case on the easterly end of Point Lookout, where we requested to subdivide the property and provide for a new 3-story. Again, the first floor is not habitable, and lot area coverage in excess of 40% on the maintain and the new house. That was on, that was 67 Mineola Avenue, and that was a subdivision. We could ask for the same thing that was granted in that application for the subject property, and you would have 2 houses at that location. Based on council's presentation and the numbers that he provided, and he might have left out 1 or 2 of them, I can add more, but they're all in excess of 38 and 40% on lot coverage. Many of them have front yard setbacks, and if you look at my photographs, you'll see the house right across the street where you asked me about the front yard setback, the lot coverage for lot, I believe, 20. They have retaining walls or whatever you want to call it, concrete fencing right up to the property line. So we're not going to alter or change the essential character of this neighborhood other than to improve the subject parcel. For now, yes.
Yes. I just have a couple of points before we can continue with the neighbors who want to testify. There were a couple of objection letters which were put in a little while ago. One was from Ms. Pepe, one was from Ms. Spangler, and they both made an objection to the fact that they said the house was going to be approximately 46 feet to 47 feet high, which is absolutely not the case. That is a person misreading the plans. Those are elevation numbers. They are not the heights from the crown of the roads. So, right. So that's, what it comes down to in that instance. So people have accused my client of having this be a party house, being a rental house. Again, she testified in person last month. She's absolutely not doing that. She's spending a very substantial amount of money to make this a family home, not for a rental. If people want to do rentals, they wouldn't do what she's doing. And again, she's never rented in Point Lookout in 20 years, and she's not going to do so today. I just mentioned also in the file that the neighbor immediately to the west, which was Gioia, at 1 Ocean Avenue, did write a letter in support. And for what it's worth, I also have one letter from actually the Lido and Point Lookout Fire District, just acknowledging the fact that if it comes to the point about demolishing this house, she's offering to donate it to the fire district so they can do fireman exercises there with their volunteer members. In order to go and do it, obviously take no stance on the application, but it is a letter of appreciation that she's willing to go and use the property for the benefit of the community. So that's in there as well.
And Mr. McKevitt, just, I haven't yet located any against. I assume there are if you say so. But we do have at least 5 letters in favor that were submitted. If you want to see them, you can. But,
Sure.
Christina, would you mind handing them these? Just make sure we get them back. Okay.
Sure.
So
Just
Mr.
look at them briefly.
McKevitt, shall I call the neighbors now and then you'll have an opportunity to?
Go right ahead.
Okay. So, okay, hold on a second. Okay, so I'm gonna, for those of you here who would like to be heard on this matter, I'm just gonna go down the list in the order in which people, oh, Mr. D'Agostino, okay, so we're gonna need to give Mr. D'Agostino a spot to sit. Mr. McKevitt, let's see, how are we gonna work this? You wanna use the podium, Mr. D'Agostino? Okay, so yeah, let's do it that way and give them a spot there, and then we'll have the neighbors testify. I apologize, Mr. D'Agostino. So why don't I let you?
Just for the record, there are additional comment forms.
Okay.
So if you want to just make mention.
Yeah, okay. Yep. And then Actually, so before we do that, let me just do this real quick. Excuse me? Okay, so Mr. D'Agostino, Mr. McKevitt, everyone else. So I had mentioned there were 5 letters in favor. There are actually 6 in favor, but I also have 2 that are not in favor of, that are against the application. I don't have the time to read them thoroughly. So Mr. D'Agostino, we'll let you present your stuff, and I don't know who all you represent of the folks who are here in opposition. Okay, so, all right, I'm just trying to figure out, you wanna start your presentation, call your witness. Do you wanna, have you worked with the others, and will you wanna call them, or shall I just, I'll let you do your presentation. You'll have your person testify, and then I'll call in the rest of the folks who are here, okay? We'll do it that way, unless, just because I'm not clear on who all you represent, so we'll do it that way.
Thank you. Albert A. D'Agostino, Minerva and D'Agostino, PC, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, 11580. While you're on letters, pro and con, I have a copy of a petition with 52 names on it, which are captioned "Petition Against 129 Baldwin Avenue, Size of House," 3-page petition.
That is that, I think that's a letter, we have a copy of it, we'll accept that into evidence.
Letter?
What did you just hand?
No, that's a petition with 57 names on it.
All right,
And I recognize this is not a popularity contest.
Yeah, no, it resembled one I have up here that's actually a letter, so I thought it was another copy of that.
I listened, well, first of all, my apologies to the board and to Mr. McKevitt with respect to the lateness of my request for an adjournment. Was it a month ago? I lost the sight of last. I called in the afternoon once we were retained. I actually was going out of town the next day, and I was on a plane myself. But I did leave a message for Mr. McKevitt and for Mr. San. I never received an acknowledgement of it, but I assume they got it. I listened to the presentation, I listened to the architect, and I guess I'm probably the oldest one here. The decisions are very interesting, the prior decisions, as far as date is concerned. From the period, and as you may know, I served as counsel to the County Planning Department, Planning Commission, Department of Transportation, Housing and Intergovernment Affairs, and et cetera, at the county at that time. And there was a running battle going on between some old friends of mine and the Planning Commission. There was a time that Arthur Levine didn't want to talk to me. There was Bill Cohn, who was a very close friend, and he and I went hammer and tongue on an issue that I'm going to get into. People have a tendency, erroneously, to refer to lots alternately as subdivision lots and tax lots interchangeably. And they're not. They're very, very different. Very different. There's a titled, a filed map description that generally appears on deeds where a property is on a filed map, and then there's a meets and bounds, and sometimes there's an address, and then there's being an intended to be. I had served for 25 years on the advisory board of one of the major title companies. And what I didn't know until then is there's an order in which they're interpreted, if there's any inconsistency. And my recollection is that the filed map description always controls if there are errors. The battle that went on, and it was, Mr. Cohen and I used to go back and forth at public meetings at the Planning Commission, and I always knew it was coming because he would come in with a court reporter. And his position, you may say this is hearsay, but I'm telling you this is from my distinct recollection, is that the Nassau County Planning Commission had no involvement and was superseded by the jurisdiction of the Zoning Board of Appeals. So he refused to come to the Planning Commission. In those days, the Planning Commission would raise issues, and the deeds would be submitted to the county clerk for recording, and the county clerk would accept them. I believe these decisions, by and large, are in the period of 1989, 1988. In 1988, the sections involving subdivision were amended by the County Planning Commission, and in those days it wasn't done by the county legislature, it was done by the New York State legislature and had to go to the governor for signature. I'm not going to waste time explaining why that's the way it was done, but that was done consistently. And basically, there are provisions that were then adopted that said that the Nassau County Clerk was prohibited from accepting a deed for recording for a lot that was described something less than the prior lot, and it was a misdemeanor for the county clerk to accept it. I never agreed with the misdemeanor part, but that's what they put in Albany.
That's strange.
All of a sudden, deeds were getting bounced. Why were they getting bounced? Because there were subdivisions, in effect, that were granted at a different level, at the town level. In fact, there was a very close friend of mine who was an attorney who called me screaming, and he was the first one that got caught up in this because the title company wouldn't accept deeds for recording without a certified resolution of the Planning Commission. Now, where I'm going with this is, this property is on, well, not all of the property. Part of the property is on a old filed map. And it's a lot on an old file map. And if you go to the descriptions in the deed, bear with me while I find my glasses, it doesn't include part of Lot 4. Part of Lot 4 is an addendum. In 1909, the state of New York adopted the 334 series of state laws which governed offering properties for sale, and that they were mandated to be on filed maps. Nassau County has one section which applies to Nassau County and Nassau County only, which is section 334 of the real property law of the state of New York. And those amendments went right up to the 1990s. And there was a direct prohibition of recording added because the position that was taken is it was not a valid subdivision. And people were confusing tax lots and subdivision lots. And it wasn't until the teeth were put into it that it was stopped. Now, I have a copy of a tax lot, which is very interesting, I'm sorry, a tax map, which is section 61, block 6, and has a number of lots on it. I'm going to give you this one, because it's clear to say. Take a look at lot 34. I can give you a copy of it.
We'll accept that into evidence.
Here you go.
Did you see this, Mr. McKevitt?
Look, yes,
Oh, that's what that.
provide us with a copy, we have it.
That was before I broke my copy.
Wait, are you is this a copy?
This is ours.
Okay.
This is the submission.
Okay, we see that. Why don't you tell us what we're looking at?
If you look at the subject lot, you will see what appears to be whiteout that was applied to, there are really two lots. There's that 4-foot sliver, which is not on the old file map, not as to this parcel, anyway. The subdivision lot line, which I maintain controls, it's a continuation of the 60-foot lot line on the lot to the north, and that was altered. Then you'll see another lot line that appears to have been whited out, and it covers the number 35, which runs east-west.
Mr. D'Agostino, this isn't some sort of boundary dispute you're laying down.
No, I'm going to a jurisdictional dispute, an error in notice, and many other things.
Jurisdiction, okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, the parcel that's before you is legally, and I'm not saying intentionally, but is misrepresented by the inclusion of the 4 feet and by the deletion of the line across. Now,
Wait, hold on. I want to try to follow your argument. Would you open Mr. Pellegrini? Can I see it? So.
That's the tax map.
Reference, hold on, I just have to, the 4 feet that you reference appears to be shown on the old map you provided and on the new map of the subject property. So.
No,
right,
it's more than that. I have one more exhibit.
Okay, but I just want to follow you as you go. So what do you want us to understand about the 4 foot that is on both maps?
Okay. What I want you to understand is that what occurred in 1972, which was the merger of 2 lots on an old file map, on a 1928 map, was not properly done and was ineffective because it never went to the Planning Commission. That's number one. Number two, the 4 feet that was taken from the lot next door never went to the Planning Commission. And why is that important? Here is a copy of the old file map, which had the old lines on it, which I think go back to 1928. And you will see what the old lines were. There was no 4 foot that was added to this parcel.
Where'd this map come from, Mr. D'Agostino?
This is the old file map. This came from the county clerk's office.
Did you go get it at the county clerk?
I had it obtained, yes.
One of your staff or something?
Yes, I had, and there's, in fact, you'll probably see some fingers or fingerprints on one of the photos.
Okay, but let me just, so in terms of admitting it now. So this is a map from the county records that someone working on your behalf went and got.
Can I cut to the chase on that one? It's a filed map in the office of the Nassau County Clerk, and everybody has constructive notice of what is filed in Nassau County.
All right, I just want.
Yes, but it was obtained on my behalf.
I'm not even asking for substantive reasons,
Right.
rather for procedural reasons in this hearing.
It's
So
not
we'll
hearsay.
accept that into evidence as a map that someone
Yes.
working on your behalf obtained via the county.
Right.
The county clerk's office.
Right.
It wasn't done well.
Okay, let's get to the point here because
It's a
point.
But we're not dealing, like.
You are.
The town has on file a map that the town, okay, go ahead. We're not going to go too far down this rabbit hole about a boundary dispute.
I object to the use of the term rabbit hole. This is a very basic element that I have spent decades involved in.
I know, but I'm not saying that you haven't, but I'm not sure if this is the forum for.
I'll tell you why if I can continue. If you change, what I can remember of my high school math, if you change the denominator on something to increase it, then you apply the numerator against that. That makes the percentage lot coverage appear to be lower. The larger the lots, the lower the percentage. Now, the greater percentage appears on the smaller lots because they are smaller lots.
Right, but given it's a percentage, it's a fairly consistent way to measure it.
No, it isn't.
Yes, because it's about how much bulk you put on the lot.
That's exactly where I'm going.
Okay?
If anybody remembers solid geometry, basically you're creating, now we look at flat maps and we use unit dimensional percentages. What you're doing is you're developing, you're building things. It's three-dimensional. Without getting into the issue of how you count height, or you do count height, and I'm familiar with the FEMA regulations. What has been happening in the Point Lookout area is you are building larger houses, but if you have the ability to enlarge lots without going to the planning authority, the town of Hempstead does not have a planning authority, and it hasn't had one since 1945. The sole determiner of planning, development, density of population, et cetera, is the Nassau County Planning Commission. Now, I will tell you from my own personal knowledge that from 1972 until 1988, when there was a prohibition and there was against the county clerk accepting deeds for recording, that this was rampant. And if you go back to the title company interpretation of what if there are inconsistencies in descriptions, it's always the file map which applies. Now, you can't alter a file map without following a process.
Okay, Mr. D'Agostino, I'm not going to call it a rabbit hole, but let's back up. What are you taking issue? You don't agree with the
I'm
site
not going to
plan
use
map?
the term that Mr. Pellegrini
I'm
found
sorry,
offensive
Mr.
once.
D'Agostino, hold on. What?
You know what it was, but I wasn't directed at.
Wait, so your issue is with these 4 feet that allegedly,
That's part of it, if you'd let me finish.
well, but it's getting to be too much, and it's sounding like a boundary dispute and some other claim against the county.
Absolutely not.
Okay, then get to it, because the map, get to it, because if the town, if the site plan, the way it is on this, on the site plan provided, if that is the boundaries that have been used for this property over time in its interactions with the building department, that's the one we're going to stay with.
No. You can't. I don't think you can do that. And I don't think due process allows that. But if you just let me finish. Now, if you had an error, which I maintain was intentionally done back in 1972, because that was the running battle.
What was the error?
Huh?
We're speaking such generalities. What is the error that you claim was intentionally done in 1972?
This board refused to acknowledge the exclusive jurisdiction of the Nassau County Planning Commission in dealing with alteration of a filed map. Yeah, and that wasn't even directed at you. It was directed at an applicant.
Okay, so,
No.
okay.
Now,
Restate what you just said, because she was showing me another map.
okay. What I said was, and this issue went to the appellate division several times.
What are you claiming was improperly done in 1972?
This lot was created, a house was attached to another house, and a dividing line between two filed, a lot on two lots on a filed map was obliterated without going to the sole body that had authority to do that, which was the Nassau County Planning Commission.
Okay, I understand that part, so, okay. And so, what is the extent to which you claim this issue that you've now raised has previously been litigated?
There was a case, Long Island Access against Smallwood, went to the appellate division. I can supply other cases to this, and this is from memory.
So you're claiming that this happened in, you said 1972?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's happened with it since then?
What's happened with it? Everybody has used it as if it was a legal subdivision, where they took the 4 feet off of, subdivided it from the lot to the north before my client bought it.
Okay, so that's how many years ago?
That had nothing to do with it.
50 years ago. But it's not an issue for this board to deal with. This has been the way this lot has been used since 1972. And we are not in a position jurisdictionally to deal with the lot line dispute, even if you want.
It's not a lot line dispute.
What kind of dispute is it?
This is a jurisdictional issue, governmental jurisdictional issue, which was not complied with. And as a result, that 4 foot does not exist. That now we get into this, the obliteration of the lot line between the two halves of this lot. That never went to the planning commission.
Okay, that is not before us.
Of course it is, respectfully. Of course it is.
We are not.
You may not want to hear it.
1972, okay? You have a dispute of that nature, you're gonna have to go to court for it. You have to bring some sort of title action, whatever.
No, I don't.
Well, we are not gonna, we cannot entertain what I'm gonna call a boundary line.
Absolutely not.
And I'm not entertaining the idea that it somehow, relinquishes us of our jurisdiction over the building on the road.
This board intentionally avoided that that jurisdiction then, and everything which had flown.
I have no idea what this board did then. But before
I can tell you.
Well, honestly.
You don't care.
This issue and the statute hasn't run and there's been no constructive, possession of this piece of property from one to the other.
How did the lot line, my question, rhetorical, how did the lot line between two dwellings on an existing lot each, how did that disappear?
I have no idea, and I will never know, I'm sure.
No, you have to know.
I don't have to know. And
Council has to explain it to you, because that's part of a basic jurisdiction issue.
I'm gonna, you know what, we're gonna assert our jurisdiction over this matter, and I'm sorry, Mr. D'Agostino, but if you believe that we're in error.
I know you're in error.
There's a forum for that, and this isn't it.
Okay, well, if you're entertaining an application without looking beyond the representations that were made.
No, I'm entertaining it based on the survey that we have that is claims to be.
Claims to be.
That is lots 18, 19, and the southerly 4 feet of lot 20 in block 6.
Right.
On map of Point Lookout Beach, filed July 25th, 1928. As map 655, that is the basis, that is the map that forms the basis for this survey that we have, which I'm happy to let you see if you wish. But that's the survey based on those map materials that we're gonna rely on in making a building decision.
May I May I have an exception for the record? Okay. Now we'll go to the next question, and it's only a question. I'm kind of mystified. There's a deed dated September 24th, 1924, between Charles J. Bocklet III and Kimball S. Bocklet, having an address at 129 Baldwin Avenue, to Maureen Barry. The consideration on that is $2.85 million. And I just raised the question for the record, and I know you're not going to be able to answer it. Why was that exempt from transfer taxes? I know you don't, but it's in the record.
Okay, I understand what you're doing. Okay, so can we move on to the matters that are relevant to the zoning request
I
before
am
us?
more than disappointed that you're making a determination as to relevancy or irrelevancy before you deliberate this matter, and the board considers it.
I'm doing it, but Mr. D'Agostino, I'm basing it on a map, a survey that relies on a map that is as of record filed with the county since I think it was 28 July.
No, it isn't.
Whatever the
Where's
date
the
is,
4 foot?
whatever the date is.
Where is the 4 foot? It's not there.
I'm not magic. I have no idea. But we're basing it on the appropriate records. If those records are in error, there's another forum for that, but it's not us. I mean, I've been on this board for 21 years, and this isn't what we do here. I don't even know where the witnesses would be. It's from 1972.
Don't get into that.
I'm not. We're going to deal with the zoning
You recall
matters.
a conversation that we had about the involvement of the County Planning Commission and subdivision involving another house a few blocks away.
We're going to do.
It ultimately was sent to them. You did send it to them.
All right, you made your record, and we're dealing with the zoning issues, Mr. D'Agostino.
Now, again, for whatever reason, I was just curious because I couldn't find anything that made that a $2.85 million transfer exempt into this applicant. And the photo speaks for itself. Point Lookout has no sewage infrastructure. It relies on septic systems. This house is going to have, well, the plans show 16 beds and 6.5 bathrooms.
Right, but there's a bunk room. I think there were 6 bedrooms. I counted them.
Yeah, but there was 16, they showed the beds. There's 16.
Right, I understand. There's a bunk room for the grandkids. That was her testimony when she was last here.
Huh? Okay. I know. I watched it. I heard that.
Okay.
And the septic system is going to take that number of potential occupants when you've had problems in the past with in every storm where have been sewage issues in Point Lookout. I don't know if any of that's been corrected. It's not a public sewer system.
Right, we understand. That is true. Point Lookout is septic. I have heard from people who live there anecdotally that yes, there are people who from time to time have issues with it. That's really not for us in the zoning board to pass on.
Of course it is.
No, that's engineering. That's engineering. We deal with area variances here and special exceptions.
I'm sorry I sound argumentative. I apologize for that. However, from an environmental point of view, it's classic segmentation. Keep on slicing the salami thinner and thinner. The houses get bigger and bigger. The problems get greater and greater. And Point Lookout is a paradise. I understand people wanting to live there. But and I'm not going to say it, but I believe if you look at the map, that you say, well, they reference the map, there is no 4 feet. It's not there. Who subdivided it? When? You don't have the subdivision jurisdiction. You cannot build on a lot which was not legally created. That's it.
And now your job, if you so choose, is to go prove it wasn't legally created. We're not in the business of that here.
Oh, yes, you are. You're
No,
a
and
governmental
we're
body.
dealing
You're a
with the law.
governmental body. You gave up your subdivision authority in 1945
Great,
and
but I'm
ignored it.
just saying to you, the issue that you're raising is not an issue that jurisdictionally is for us. If you choose to go prove in court somewhere that the lots weren't properly created, then you have the right to do that. I think that you gotta,
Did I-
it may be an uphill battle, but,
Did I produce? Thank you.
well, because it's been so long.
It's been so long.
Yeah, and there've been a lot of things that have happened with regard to that property, presumably. To go back and recreate the question you posed, oh, who subdivided it, who changed the map and whited it out potentially? Where did the 4 feet go? We have no idea.
If
We're
I may
dealing
add
with the
to it.
county,
If I may add to it.
and then we have to move on to zoning.
This is zoning. This is development, but I respectfully disagree with you, but if I can
That's fine, you have a right to.
continue. On September 1st, 1969, the 339 sections of the General Municipal Law were adopted. Every subdivision that occurred since September 1, 1969, had to go to the Nassau County Planning Commission as a referral. And if it doesn't, the case law is crystal clear. Every action taken after that was a nullity.
Is the case law clear on how you challenge that then? Because I guarantee you it's not here.
But you're accepting it.
Mr. D'Agostino, if I may, this application was referred in its entirety to the Nassau County Planning Commission on January 29th, 2026.
He's talking about the subdivision.
It says, please be, section 239L and M of the General Municipal Law, the following cases on your 225 calendar have been reviewed and hereby deemed deferred to the town of Hempstead to take action as appropriate.
Right. However, this lot was created after January 1, 1969. It was done in 1972 that all this was done.
No, but
Okay.
I'm back to this isn't the forum.
I got it.
Sorry.
No,
You know
we
what
got
you're
it.
doing. Legally, I know you're a very experienced attorney, but this is not the forum.
Mark's going to the bathroom, you have to wait till he's back.
Okay.
So,
We don't have we don't have a quorum without him. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna grab a water.
Be
I
careful.
realize that. Thank you.
Do you have anything you want to grab, Kim?
Does that mean we're adjourned, or I assume it does?
It's another fine mess.
Huh?
It's always my fault. Once again.
I think I'm too old to get into messes. Oh, we're back, okay. Okay, and for the record, I believe they are very relevant to your work. And I have nothing further other than to reiterate the math issue. The larger you make the parcel, the larger you make the house, the lower the lot area coverage, because that's the way fractions work. You learned that in the third grade. Thank you.
Coverage they're requesting is, they cited the older stuff, but the more recent stuff is actually higher. Because what's happening is the property that's gotten so expensive is changing from a summer home
I'm aware of it.
to people with people that have families, because no one can afford to have a point property as a second home. I mean, they know what it is. People can't live in places. So expensive.
The,
We have people with children trying to have bedrooms for their children, and I don't disagree with you. It's difficult, but we have to,
thank you.
the coverage, the coverage, believe it or not, for hookup, that's not very high compared to what's been coming in lately.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. The only other thing I'll mention in passing, and my client advised me, and the concerns about, the rental, because they did have a situation where they had a day camp or a daycare center next to them where buses were pulling up during the day, bus drivers were waiting there during the day, running their engines, and I would ask that it be more than a condition, that it be a covenant that runs to at least the adjacent neighbors. A covenant of no rental. And a family use is family use. I totally agree with you on that. Right.
When she testified that it will not be rented, in any way. So.
Did you want to say anything?
Did you want to call your client as a witness?
Did you want to say anything?
I wrote something, I mean, if.
Okay, go ahead. Yes. Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Steve Pepe, 123 Baldwin Avenue, Point Lookout, New York. I abut the subject property.
Can you push the microphone over so it's more in line with where you're speaking, so we can hear it?
Okay. I wrote this today, so I reside with my wife at 123 Baldwin Avenue, the abutting the Barry property. I'm just north of the subject property. I submit this to the board that it should be considered the case in the context that this property is a zoning compliant parcel in the Resident B district with a lot area of 8440 square feet, where 6,000 square feet is required. As the board knows, Point Lookouts consists primarily of undersized lots, many which are 35 by 60. As a result, this board has granted variances over the years based upon that fact. And while the board has granted many lot coverage variances, most are in a scenario where the board granted variances to allow applicants to build reasonable new homes or in addition to an existing home on a smaller lot than permitted by code. Those examples here should not apply. And a lot of the examples that Barry gave you were all on substandard lots. There was nothing, I don't think, as big as this in Point Lookout. The reason for that is that the bulk and size of this proposed home, coupled with the flood zone height measurement enacted after Sandy, allows for a massive imposing structure, which will negatively impact my adjacent home and those of my neighbors on the block. Mr. McKellick stated that the front yard setbacks proposed are greater than the existing home and the lot coverage slightly less than the existing home. That may be factually correct, but the existing home was built at a time when height was measured from the center line of the street, which was the Crowner Road, at which time they put two houses together. As the board knows, height in the flood zone is now measured from the design flood elevation, the DFE. The existing house has a height of approximately 27 feet from Crowner Road. The proposed house has a height of 36 feet, 46 feet to sea level from the Crowner Road, with a ridge line of 95 feet. This is almost 20 feet or 10 feet higher, when you couple with the mass of the home, it creates an overbearing plan that is simply not appropriate for a massive home with a lot coverage of 38.4% on an 8440 square foot lot, especially when the town code is 27%. And we're not talking about substandard lots. This is not a substandard lot now. This is 8,400 square feet. And at 8,400 square feet, if you grant them 38% of lot area, you're going to have almost a 9,000 square foot house. That's unheard of. I request the board advise the applicants to reduce the size of the home to address the concerns of myself, my wife, and my neighbors. Doing so will still provide the applicant with a wonderful new home, causing no harm to the community. We offered to meet with the Barrys, just so you know, so that this wouldn't have to take place today, to negotiate a deal with me and the neighbors. And this was several weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago. I met Ms. Barry, supposedly, or her sister. She wouldn't tell me who she was. And basically what she told me was, Mr. Pepe, we'll give you 6 inches off the ridge of the house. You got all you're going to get. And refused to meet with the neighbors, which are quite a few of them. A lot of them couldn't show up today because they're working. But refused to meet with them to see if we can negotiate a deal so that we wouldn't have to come here today and waste a lot of time. So, that being said, with this house that sleeps 16 people, not counting couches, recliners, etc., and has 6.5 bathrooms, where is the septic going to go? Now hear me out. My septic tanks are just north of her property. She has her septic tanks just south of my property, approximately 4 feet off the retaining wall that separates the property. I will be pumping my cesspools for my neighbor because there's no way their 2 cesspools are going to take the amount of waste that 16 people are going to create in that house. 10 years ago when that house was sold, nobody moved into it for 2 years. They rented it. They rented it to a daycare center. They rented it on parties for weekends, weekend parties. They rented it during COVID when there was 20 cars out front having parties in the rear yard. This was all taking place. And I don't want to see it happen again, and neither do the neighbors. This is why we're here today. Miss Barry owns houses all over the world, Australia, Spain. They live in England. This was told to me by a very reputable person.
Well, she's agreed to a condition that that it never be rented, so that might be helpful as it relates to that at least.
Okay, so let me say to you, you'll put a condition in there that it cannot be rented.
Correct.
Great. She turns around and rents the house. What are you going to do about it?
Well, pardon me? Yeah, it becomes an enforcement issue with the building department.
Exactly. It becomes an enforcement issue. But in the meantime, look what it does to the neighborhood.
Well, the alternative is we don't put a condition in if we were inclined to grant it.
Or a covenant? I think they agreed to a covenant.
Pardon me? Yeah, they agreed to a covenant, so it's more than an enforcement issue. They've agreed to it being a covenant.
Okay. And what do we do about the septic system?
Septic systems are reviewed by the Nassau County Health Department. The applicant is to submit to us the location and a authorization that they're obtaining the approvals from the Nassau County Health Department.
Did you, Becky, you kind of trailed off there. Did you get all that, Stephanie?
I hear what she said. I mean, but the septic that's there is not going to be sufficient.
Well, then.
Well, most likely the septic is going to be removed when they're building the new house.
Well, I didn't hear that.
The septic will be removed while they're building the new house. There's no way that the septic is going to be able to sustain an excavation.
Okay, and this house has 9-foot ceilings. First of all, it has an 8-foot storage area, which I don't understand why somebody needs an 8-foot storage area on the first floor. You could still do the design flood elevation and start it at 5 feet, not 8 feet. Then they go to 9-foot ceilings. And if you want to count the structure between the floors, you can add another foot.
Right.
So they're going 8, 9, or 8, 10, and 10, and then a ridge, another 6 or 7 feet on a ridge. This house is 3.5 stories high.
The first floor, you're right, they could start the finished first floor lower and still comply with FEMA. But in Point Lookout and in other neighborhoods, what most places do is they figure, and Point Lookout would be, in particular, it would be important that they can get parking underneath and their storage underneath. And so as long as they're within the allowable height, that's what a lot of people do. And most people think it makes sense because you get the cars off the street, and in Point Lookout with no street parking, it's important.
Right, so
Then again, as it relates to the height of the ceiling, if they were asking for a height variance, we would be definitely talking about the height of the ceilings.
I understand.
But they're not. So there's really nothing. They're complying with the law.
The house is a monster.
It's a large house.
I understand the town of Hempstead just passed legislation in Levittown, I believe, or the town of Hempstead just passed legislation about about the size of a house if it doesn't fit into the area that you could deny the application.
Well, the area character has always been one of the considerations the board uses. I'm not familiar with the new legislation. Are you, Mr. McKevitt?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you want to tell us what it is? Is it LPRD or is it?
So to go in the history of this, in approximately 2007 or 2008, the town of Hempstead, which approximately had 30%, reduced Residence B to 27.5%, except for the LPRD. And the reason why the LPRD was exempt is because you didn't have basements in houses in Levittown. And so to allow people to go and have sheds and decks, that's where they had a different stand for Levittown or everywhere else. If you go around Levittown the last 2 years, every house is a basement. Every basement's being built. So they're bringing conformance with what the rest of the town is, 27.5, because the basement exemption doesn't exist anymore in modern Levittown. That's what's happening.
Is that already been passed?
Yes, it has. It was passed by the town board last week.
Is that the legislation to which you refer?
That's what I was referring to.
Okay, so that basically rears its head in lot area occupied. And in this case, they're asking, as you know, for 38, which is very low in Point Lookout, I'm afraid.
38% of lot area is low, but not for that size lot.
Well,
not for that size lot.
You can look at it differently, but
We're talking
area
all
occupied by definition is a percentage. So it's how much of the lot, whatever size your lot is, how much of it are you taking up? And so if the lot's smaller, the percent, like.
But if you grant 38% of an 8,400 square foot lot, let's just say approximately a 9,000 square foot house in Point Lookout.
I don't know. I can't do the math in my head, but I'm just saying to you, if we allow people to have 27.5% coverage of their lots, then by definition, you get a bigger house on a bigger lot and a smaller house on a smaller lot.
Yeah, but this is a monster. You have a 95-foot ridge line. 95 feet. That's incredible.
I have no idea, but if you say so.
But that's what you have to look at.
But we're looking, it's a giant lot too.
But, so it's a giant lot, so why should you grant 38%? Give them 27%, and they still end up with a 6,500 square foot house.
Because every house in Point Lookout's over that amount, pretty much. I don't know how many, it'd be hard to find very many houses in Point Lookout that are not, and lately in Point Lookout, they're not even in the 30s and 40s. They're coming in with 52, 51. And we try to keep it down, but
Well, we try to keep it on substandard lot. Almost all the lots in Point Lookout are substandard. And another question I have, as long as I have you here, I'm talking to you. I have to ask you this one question. Why is it in Point Lookout, the building department is issuing permits for houses on substandard lots that need variances?
I have no idea.
Well, they're doing it. And I don't understand why.
If that's the case, maybe you should.
If you could give me the addresses, I'd be happy to research to find out.
There you go.
I wish somebody would, because they're issuing them as we speak.
If
you would like to give me the addresses, I could forward them to my code enforcement officers and I can have them look into it, but I need to have the addresses.
You'll have the addresses, sure.
Okay, you can see me right after and I'll take your complaint.
Okay.
Fine.
Obviously, that shouldn't be happening.
Okay, and as far as the subject property, everything that they did prior, all the years what Mr. D'Agostino was talking about, that house never had a CO. They couldn't get a CO on that house until 5 years ago.
Okay.
So 50 years went by of them doing all the construction of putting those houses together illegally, supposedly, and never had a CO.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't even know who owned the house then, or.
Well, I'm just telling you, the house was sold for $1.5 million 10 years ago. They sold it with no COs. The party came in, paid cash. They got the COs somehow.
Well, I mean, it will end up being moot in this case because, because they have to get a new CO.
I know, but it was a rental. It's been nothing but a nightmare.
I understand that.
It's been a nightmare.
I understand that.
And we don't want to see it again. She owns a house in Point Lookout already. I don't know if she rents it or not. She lives full-time in England. And the story that they're giving you, that they're going to come here to live, and all their kids are going to live with them, I don't think so.
I'm not sure the story. I didn't take it as if they were going to live with them on a regular basis. I took it more as, this is Grandma's house, and I want all the kids to come as often as they can and all that. But, we don't get in the business of finding out if your grandkid stays with you year-round or 1 week out of the month. But, I mean, it wasn't my impression, maybe I'm wrong, that the whole family's going to live there year-round. But, if she wanted to, she'd have a right to, obviously, like anyone, like you, like anyone. If that's all, Mr. Pepe, there's a lot of other people that are waiting.
Thank you very much.
I think maybe your wife is one of them, but, all right, Mr. D'Agostino, then I got to let these people get up here.
Good question. If, with respect to the rental, and I know I'm being repetitive, the applicant has offered a covenant of no rental. And we've also, you said, if we feel aggrieved with things, we have to take whatever actions, self-help. Is that?
No, I just said if you're bringing up legal issues that are not for this forum, you're going to have to take those up in the proper forum.
Well,
you know that.
I know what you're saying, but here's my question. Will the covenant not to rent, who will it run to?
Mr. McKevitt, you're the one who proposed it.
It's a covenant which is between the town and my client. So therefore, the town has the right to enforce that. So, and even especially this board, if she's violating that covenant, you can actually go and can revoke the grant, you can revoke the CO.
So that would not run to any of the adjacent owners.
Well, your client could, the mechanism would be going, as Mr. McKevitt's describing it, is through the town.
right? I mean,
Not
frankly,
always, not-
But he's making a covenant so it runs with the land.
correct.
Clock Tower Lane in Massapequa, it ran out to several hundred feet to all the neighbors. I'm not asking for that. But I don't have to tell you how long it takes to get from point A to point B, because government is government, and this would be the second largest city in the state. I mean, there's a lot going on, but I just wanted to clarify, so that
Okay.
the offer is to the town, not to an adjacent owner.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to call the next person signed in who, if you're here, Mr. Todd Slattery. Okay, sir, you want to step up, you'll get sworn in, and you can tell us what you'd like us to know.
This is interesting. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the
Where'd you
record.
get this?
Todd Slattery, 93 Vincent Avenue, Lynbrook, New York. I'm also the homeowner of 128 Baldwin Avenue, which was directly across Baldwin Avenue from the subject house.
There's two Slatteries, lot 18 and 19. Is that really one place, or is that?
No, I own 128 Baldwin Avenue, which I use as a second home.
Okay, I don't have addresses, I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Lot 18 is address 128.
And the one next to it, the other one is 130.
Okay, so do you own them both? Because
I own both houses.
okay. And they're both summer residents?
130 or lot, is it?
19.
19 is a rental property. My sister and brother-in-law are occupants in that home since we purchased it. They were residents in that home before we purchased it.
Okay, and then the other is your summer residence?
Yes.
Okay.
Weekend residents.
Yeah, okay. What would you like us to do?
So I'd just like to give a perspective of a resident, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns. My thoughts on this subject are really inspired by two documents, simply. One is the property drawing that was provided by the Barrys and their architect, and the second is the quite extensive petition that was circulated, and there were many names. You will find my name and my wife's name on there at numbers, say 38 or 39, something in that. But I was very impressed that so many people also felt like I did, that this house had the potential to have a negative impact on the neighborhood, and I'll explain why. I feel that the home as drawn is out of proportion with the neighborhood for many of the reasons that have been discussed, but I think we have introduced a lot of other information today, and I'd like to bring us back to just some real facts from the perspective of the person who opens their front door and will see this property every day for the remainder of the time that I'm in Point Lookout, which is, I hope, until the end of my time. This is an exceptional property. I don't believe there's any other property that has 132 plus feet of frontage on one of Point Lookout's streets. It might be 8,000 plus square feet, but it's a regular shape. So you have 132 feet of property line along Baldwin Avenue. That's enough for 3 homes, but it's in a regular shape. The second is the fact that this lot coverage is really a proxy. And I know it's the thing that you control. It's the thing that the owner has to request a variance for. This is proxy for the overall size of the structure. So these two things, the length of the north-south axis of this property, plus the lot coverage at 38%, plus the third factor is the design of the owner and the architect come together to make this a very imposing structure. I think that is a carefully chosen word because it's about what the person standing in front of it feels. I also think it's out of proportion. If you walk from the northernmost point of the foundation to the southernmost point of the foundation here, it's over 90 feet. That is very unusual for Point Lookout.
But partly because there's no lot big enough for it in Point Lookout.
I don't object to that. But again, we are here to debate whether or not lot coverage should be considered as a variance. 90 feet from north to south. The third factor is the rightful decision of the property owner to build straight up. Ground floor plan looks the same as the first floor plan, looks the same as the second floor plan. We are talking about a structure 90 feet wide that goes straight up to just about the maximum allowable height, maybe a foot or two short, creating the 90-plus foot ridge line. This is imposing. This is out of scale and proportion to the other homes in the immediate area. So I said it's an exceptional lot, not just because of its shape, because of its location. As mentioned, right on Ocean Boulevard, this is overlooking the main dune of Point Lookout. This is a very sensitive area. This is where people's eyes go. This 90-plus foot ridge line at between 32 and 35 feet will be the most prominent structure on what will be a new Point Lookout skyline. I don't think we want to set that precedent. If I were to come before this board in a number of years and say, I would like to create the mirror image of 129 Baldwin on my properties of 128 and 130, same plans. I'm sure you could just transpose them. We would have the beginning of a canyon. We could have ticker day parades down Baldwin Avenue. This is just too much, too close to the road, too wide for the height that's allowable. I have no objection to going to the allowable height, but to carry it across a 90-foot span of ridge is just, again, imposing, and that's why I just respectfully say decline the 38%. I would like to see a new and magnificent home built there. It does not have to be 27%. 38% for this lot and this drawing seems wrong. It feels wrong, and many of my neighbors who signed that petition feel the same way. I would like the opportunity to work with the homeowner to come to a more reasonable approach, and I'd be very willing to do that. We are friends with everyone in this neighborhood. I was friends with the Bocklets as well, who owned the property for 10 years. So we don't want to impose any undue burden on the owner or the architect, but just because they drew this house doesn't mean it should exist. And I don't think the comparisons to the existing structure are relevant because it's going to be demolished. So saying that it's smaller in footprint than the existing structure is irrelevant because that structure doesn't get even close to 30 feet high. It's going to be a completely different feeling. It will block my view of the Lido Hotel, the 9/11 Memorial, the Manhattan skyline, and the sun will set a good deal earlier every day on our property because this home is going to be there. Again, I understand it's not a height variance, but height comes into effect when you carry that across a 90-foot ridgeline. So I respectfully ask that you give us a chance to work this out. I have no concern for the house use. I trust that we'll have good neighbors and we can work that out, and we always do in Point Lookout, but this is simply a very imposing and out of proportion structure the way it's drawn. And I think you'll see that on the plans. I'm simply reacting to the picture that was presented to us of the front of the house. It does not look like any other single-family residence in Point Lookout, and that's my opinion, and my feeling. But I want to thank you for giving me this forum to express my opinion and feeling. I think that's the purpose of today. Thank you.
And when you say out of proportion, the problem that I feel like is getting lost is proportionally in Point Lookout, most of the lot coverages are much greater. And I get it's a big house, but it's a big lot. And what they're asking us for in terms of coverage, lot area occupied coverage, is very proportional it's lower than most of the ones that we see come in. So I understand it's a big house, but it's
Thank you.
not that easy. I just,
I understand that this is within your judgment, and I can understand the challenge of trying to appease all parties. But there are no other homes that are reaching this new FEMA height for this amount of lot coverage. And the lot coverage is the lever that we can pull to make this feel as if it fits within the community. And I actually don't object to lot coverage. If that lot coverage, again, go back to the shape of the lot necessitates that this home be built along the front edge of Baldwin Avenue. And that's why it's that 132 feet. That's why you end up with this 90-foot rectangle that goes to the FEMA height of close to 35 feet. And so I'm simply reacting to what the drawing looks like and my anticipation of what it's going to feel like to live across the street from this new dwelling, which otherwise looks beautiful.
okay, thank you. Sorry, let me grab my sign-in sheet. Next signed in is Elvira Pepe.
I do. Elvira Pepe, 123 Baldwin Avenue, Point Lookout, directly adjacent to the property we're discussing. I am also opposed to the size of the house, and I do understand what you're saying about lot coverage and how it's granted, but there are laws on the books for Point Lookout, and they were originally, I think, 27%, and I realize that's not realistic because the lots are so small. But when you have a lot this big, it doesn't seem like there's really a necessity to go that large with the house. And again, as everyone's aware, Point Lookout is an environmentally fragile area because of the cesspools, and building a house with 6 bathrooms, and I think it's 8 bedrooms, including a bunk room that sleeps either 6 or 8. While I understand what you're saying about having family over, I mean, to me, this is excessive. And there's no other house that seems to be that big. And there are homes that have been built that are high, and probably going with your, what is it called, design plan, design area, whatever, level.
Oh, the design flood elevation,
yeah. But most of them have maybe like a high turret on this side or another one here, but not this straight line of 90 feet across. It's overwhelming. I don't think it can be compared. You say that, you're trying to keep with the look of Point Lookout. Well, there's nothing like this. I mean, this is just, it's excessive. And, I do understand what you were saying too about Levittown and everything. But I mean, again, we have laws already on the books guiding how big a house can be or how much lot coverage, but you're not going with any of that. So all these homes that come up, yeah, you couldn't build a house on a 35 by 60 foot lot that was livable. But this is certainly a livable lot, and there's really just doesn't seem to be the need for this huge 90 feet. I mean, this is a garden apartment you're talking about when you look at it from the street side, what they're proposing to build. It's
Is this a photograph of your house?
I don't know. I really can't see it from here.
I just want to know where, if it is, which direction the subject property is from that.
So this house here is the old house that they're talking of demolishing.
Which direction?
Just for the record, page 7 to the left.
Sorry.
Yes,
Yes, it has the snow in it.
Exhibit 9,
And which direction is the subject property?
to the left. This is her house. That's the subject property.
Oh, that's the existing house on the property?
This is,
The one that's much smaller than this house?
correct. This is her house, and that is the property in question.
Okay, so I see that the existing house there is significantly smaller than your house, right? So I can see why you're saying it's going to be a big change for it.
Well, it is smaller in that sense. It's a lot longer than my house is.
Can you speak to the microphone?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I said it is lower
Yeah,
because it was built so many years ago before, when they just would build from the crown of the road, but it was still 27 feet high. My house was built in 1994, it was completed. And we did have to adhere to all the limitations that were put upon us, which we did.
that doesn't cover more of the lot than, that house, your house is
Well,
built
we
with no
had a-
variances?
I'm sorry.
So your house did not have to get variances?
Oh, yes, we got variances, and we were told to give up so many feet for the house next door for a driveway, and we had to move the house forward, and we had to move the house more this way, give up more for the,
To comply with all the
comply with
I got
everything,
you.
we did. And the house is, I think, under 30 feet. Right, and it's not built from this design floodplain. I got it. So,
Because you were built before that.
yes, yes.
Okay.
So I realized Sandy came along, but as I said, a 90-foot ridge line at that height,
Okay.
it's definitely much to look at, yeah. Yeah. Our house is, 40 feet wide. So 40 feet wide, my house, So
Yeah.
that's all I wish to say at this point.
Okay.
I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Nancy Newell.
Yes, yes.
Name and address for the.
I have nothing further to add to what Todd and the Pepes have said. I live right across the street.
Say your name, full name, and your
Oh,
address.
my full name, Nancy Newell, at 124 Baldwin Avenue in Point Lookout, 11569.
Is your house on the map as Spengler?
It's Spengler and Newell, yes.
Okay, I'd like to mark.
And there are 2 people living in that house, as opposed to many.
Many, okay. And you said you have nothing you wish to add?
Well, basically, no. What Todd said, what the Pepes had to say, I totally agree with that, because I'm right next to Todd and right across the street from the Pepes, so that's basically the same thing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And the last person I have signed in to speak, if you wish to speak, you don't have to, is Robert Kevin Beauregard.
I do. Robert Kevin Beauregard, 121 Baldwin Avenue, Point Lookout. I'm on the opposite side of the Pepes, so I'm 2 houses away from the house in question at 129 Baldwin. I've owned my house. My house actually was mentioned in the, by the opposing attorney in regard to lot size and the like. I've owned my house for 32 years. Okay, it is a small 1 lot. Okay, with yes, 47%, coverage, but it is a very, very small house. Okay. The challenge, the issues that we have, and the petitions that people are objecting to, is to the size of the house, because it is absolutely out of character for Point Lookout. Regardless of what's been going on recently, it's going to be absolutely massive. My house is now Pepe's house is much higher than mine. The house next to my other side on 117 Baldwin, which was built it was built during COVID, which if you looked at it carefully and were to measure it, I would challenge the height level that it house is at currently, but that's not today's question.
We see it here in the photographs. It's a gray house with white trim, page 11 of Mr., I think we said that was exhibit 9, that Mr. of the applicant.
I would have to look at it. It's a small.
Has a white trellis in the middle.
Yeah.
That house is at 43.5% coverage.
No, that's not my house.
No, that's that 117. That's what we were asking.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Anyway, I will now have two of the largest houses in Point Lookout, with around my radius of my house. Okay.
Mr. Pepe's and 117?
117, and now we're gonna have 129, and that house is gonna be so massive, it's gonna look like a hotel as opposed to a regular house. And I understand she wants to entertain her family and the like, etc. For the size of lot, okay, you can put something that big at the end of the street, which is also facing the beach. Okay, so everybody loses any type of beach view is gone. Never gonna happen. Even if I was to knock down my house and go up, I'm never gonna have that beach view, ever.
Well, that's what.
Because it's gonna be completely blocking everything.
Right, but in fairness, I'm a free market person, and the price you pay for the lots.
I understand, okay? But again, we're talking about you're trying to preserve the integrity of the community. You're trying to keep the look of the community intact. This is out of the ordinary, okay? Yes, the lot is, and the way the lot's designed, and being more of like a triangle as opposed to a regular standard, rectangular type of lot, okay, it creates a much bigger footprint than you would expect. Anyway, Todd was very eloquent in his argument. I totally agree with him. You have a petition in front of you with over 50 signatures from people from the community that are objecting as well. So there's a objection of this size by the community in general, okay? And that is something that should be under consideration as well, okay? And, again, I reiterate, I'll accept your decision, whatever it is, but I really think you need to consider, the size and what it changes, because it's going to change our community significantly.
Thank you. One thing, too, I would like to say to the people here, yes, we are able to use our judgment, but it's not just free form. If we grant something or deny something that is either, if we deny something that is clearly supported by the precedent, or if we grant something that's clearly not supported by the precedent, we get Article 78. And so we can't, even though we exercise our judgment here, there is oversight, and it's the court. So even if we were to deny something, not this in particular, but to deny it, if the precedent is clear that such a thing, and again, not using this one, but if the precedent is clear that, people recently, they've constructed 20 houses with lot coverage of 50, it's not very easy, it's not very tenable to deny a case that has what really is relatively de minimis variance. I know the house is big, but it's 38 coverage and one other variance. They need no height, they need 38, and they need front yard setbacks that are as you guys know, living in Point Lookout's front yard setbacks are de minimis. And so they're increasing the front yard setbacks on the two front yards. So I just want people to understand from our perspective, the precedent doesn't matter, the precedent that's already out there. And when the court examines this case, whatever we decide, you know, if we deny it and the applicant takes it to Article 78, or we grant it and the neighbors do, the court's going to look at the precedent. And that, so we in turn consider the precedent in our decision and how we weigh factors.
Okay, so, but you can't compare lot coverage on a single lot to coverage on this type of lot.
Why?
It can't, it's not the same. It can't be the same. Because
it's a percentage though.
Sorry?
But it's a percentage.
I understand. The percentage,
So if we said
but
everyone can cover your lot 27.5%, that's not the same?
the exemptions you've given have been on smaller lots, right? Mine was a much smaller, is one of the smallest lots there is in Point Lookout, right? And you gave that exception, you know, prior to my, you know, before I bought it, et cetera, as a certain size. We're asking, all we're asking here is for you to consider that, well, first off, comparing that lot to mine is ridiculous. All right, I understand you're looking at a percentage basis. I know you're looking at a percentage basis. I'm asking it to look at a percentage basis, but also looking at the result. The end result is what's important here, and that's what everybody's objecting to. That's the issue.
I think we understand that. I really do. So
Yeah, I was on the board of the Civic for a number of years, and on the zoning committee. Right, I resigned from the board. I did my time, et cetera. So I understand the challenges you have, and the Civic no longer acts in an advisory capacity. That's so they don't come in. Well, they won't object any longer. That was the old school. In today's, you know, today, because they don't want to be looked at of fighting amongst the neighbors. So they act in an advisory capacity. That's it. So again, if you're asking why is Civic, if you were to ask why isn't the Civic objecting to it, that's the reason why. Under the new presidencies a couple of years ago, the decision on the Civic was will act as advisors and not as a representative of the overall community. So again, I just want to make sure you understand that too, because I'm not sure if you were aware of those changes. Okay.
I know that there were less people. The community, so to speak, the Civic Association has been kind of like in the back.
They are acting as advisors now.
I realize that.
That's it, right?
I kind of think that's a good
they're able to ask questions, and then the owners have to act for themselves, which is what you have here today. A number of us are here. Unfortunately, we'd have about 15 or 20 other ones that are here, but not everybody can take the day off of work. All right, well, again, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I guess, Mr. D'Agostino, did you want to sum up at all? And then we'll let Mr. McKevitt sum up.
And for clarity, I represent Mr. and Mrs. Pepe, and I think it's a character of the area situation. The character of the area is changing, the character of the neighborhood, but if you keep on granting well, let me withdraw that. Look at the math. Look at the math. Look at the lot. Look at the size of the lot. And the smaller the lot is going to have the greater the coverage. And I think the neighbors have spoken eloquently and maybe less emotionally than I. And I apologize if I overstepped my bounds on that. But I do think you have to look at the denominator, which is what is the lot that we're dealing with, and if it takes if there is litigation, I mean, obviously that's going to get raised.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. D'Agostino.
Thank you.
McKevitt, did you want to sum up?
So I know Mr. D'Agostino went through his whole exercise on the 4 foot and whether it's illegal subdivision, wherever it may be. Mr. Pepe got a subdivision in 1987, and from our perspective, that went before the Nassau County Planning Commission, and to some extent, they ratified this boundary line where it is between the two properties. So that's my point on that one.
By the way, we noticed Mr. Pellegrini noticed that the 4-foot he's talking about on the southern property of Mr. Pepe's.
Right.
There's a corresponding 4-foot on the northern side.
Yes, there is.
Bumped in, so
Yes, there is.
maybe that's how it all got done.
Perhaps, but again, this, Mr. Pepe's, if we're having a problem, then Mr. Pepe's house also is a problem. Think about that. And again, this was done in 1987, after this board approved it, had to go to the planning commission for the subdivision to be created in 1988. So that's number one. Number two, even if we were to take that property out and would change our lot coverage would go from 38.4% to 39.6%. Still well under what you see in the surrounding areas. People have mentioned that the case I mentioned were all subcenter lots. Not so. I mentioned 117 Baldwin Avenue, which was approved by this board back in 2019, was for a 6,300 square foot lot, which was a 43.5% lot coverage and a height of 33 feet 5 inches. We are 4 feet lower than it.
What was the coverage?
43.5% on a greater than a compliant lot, 6,300 square feet. So that's one else has. Number 5, as I mentioned, and the architect testified, my client made a lot of concessions, made a lot of changes, and I'll just leave it at that. My client's a good woman. You saw her. She's very, very sincere. It's going to be for her family, and that's why she's doing this with this property. If you also look entirely, as regarding the height, again, according to the architect, the Gioia home, which is just to the west, is almost the same height that we're going to be proposing at this point. A lot of our lot coverage also is those additional structures. You got screen porches, you got pergolas. The house is about 36%, so not nearly as much as you'd say, as we'd see, because those also structures, which were legalized and approved by this board quite some time ago as far as concerned. And really the biggest argument there is that this may seem substantial, except for the fact we're already at 41%. Back in 1972, this board went and essentially granted this hard percentage at that point. So we're going lower in every single category I read to you. We're going lower than what's there. I understand it's a significant property, but there's already a significant house on a significant property. And that's perspective. I think we've done a good case. My client is designing a beautiful home, a very expensive home, and I think it'll actually be an asset to the town of Hempstead. Yeah, that's what I have.
All right. Are there any other questions from the board? If not, do we have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the matter placed on a decision calendar. When the board deliberates and renders its decision, you will be notified.
Everyone who signed in.
Everyone who signed in will be notified by mail.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, everyone. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, members of the board.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, it got dark out. Had to be another hour of sunlight. It's supposed to rain. It's supposed to be bad weather, I know. Yeah, a dark cloud always hovers over me.
Next week.
I don't know if you bring back headquarters. I don't know if you bring back headquarters episode.
I just wanted to compliment both of you on your presentations.
Oh, thank you.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an investor.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were a referee.
No. So my father was a Vietnam veteran, NYPD detective for 20 years. I grew up in his house. You speak with purpose, and then you shut up.
No relation to the Confederate general. Oh, eh?
I'm sorry. So cases, afternoon calendar, case 276 of 2026, 277 of 2026. The cases are in Roosevelt. The applicant is 108 Friends LLC. Let's see, the subject property is 99 Westfield Avenue, again in Roosevelt. We need a CEQA and we need the actual case. So is there discussion on the case? And are there any motions?
I move, as the CEQA, on case number 276 of 26, I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the CEQA determination based on the testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we have reviewed and analyzed.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
As to the case 276 of 26, Roosevelt, for the subdivision, I move that it be granted with subdivision conditions.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, yeah.
And with the conditions that the garage be moved 5 feet towards the property.
Okay, I thought it was the other one. Okay.
Good, Christine. You're doing good.
All right. Case 277. Did you do them both?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
No, I just did 276, actually.
Oh,
Okay, so let's do 277.
yeah.
On case 277 of 26 Roosevelt, I move, as to the I move that we adopt negative declaration as to the CEQA determination based on testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we have reviewed and analyzed.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
As to the case 277 of 26, I move that it be granted with subdivision conditions. Also, that we move the garage 5 feet from the property line.
And new home conditions. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case 278 of 2026. This is the case of Creative Play Child Care Center, Wanta LLC. It's a special exception for proposed daycare in an existing building, including waiver of off-street parking and no provision for on-site maneuvering. Aisle for pickup and drop-off. The property is located at 3309 Merrick Road in Wanta. Any discussion? I know this is the one that they're going to make an adjustment to the drop-off.
There are a few conditions that you guys discussed.
Yeah, the conditions that I had is with respect to the drop-off, that it be on Beach Street, and also that employees shall be instructed to park on Merrick Road.
Okay.
Did you,
Miss,
I'm sorry, did you want anything with the rear doors being closed at all times?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
The alley being kept clear?
I think that needs some tweaking, that we should hold it and then tweak it.
okay, I think Mark wanted to say something.
I'm sorry. Mark?
I just was wondering, when they're dropping everybody off on Beach Street, is that going to become a traffic problem? You know, because you're going to have a lineup of cars. Let's say they start at 8 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, I guess maybe, but I think the difference is it's better than the lineup on Merrick.
They back up onto Merrick Road.
Should we hold
Is there
it?
a shoulder on the roadway?
Don't know.
There's a shoulder on Merrick Road.
Yeah, but we're trying to get them off Merrick.
Not off.
I think there's parking in front, but I guess if there's no cars there, there's a
Well, would it make sense for us to have Christina draft prepare a draft grant?
Yes.
And Christina, could you look into those issues that we've raised as to, I mean, put in the conditions that we discussed about, you were at the hearing, so.
Yes.
Okay, and you said the Merrick stuff. Okay, so we'll do that. Cases 279 and 278 in Merrick. This is the, in Baldwin, I apologize. This is the case at 623 Grimm Place, Baldwin. This is the family that had the work done on the house and was misled by the contractor as to whether or not there were variances, and they're now out of their home and in the living in an apartment. They request a variance front yard setback on Edna Court, maintain a second story and a 2-story addition. Both are attached to the dwelling, and they have a 3 and 6 foot high fence on Edna Court within the clear sight triangle. I know we need to tweak the fencing, but with the tweaking of the fencing, is there any discussion from the board?
I would suggest that we grant case 279, the front yard setback, maintain the additions, and then hold reserve the fences so that we can inspect it.
Okay, I think that's a fair, you want to make that a motion, Joe?
Okay. I move that case 279 at 26 in Baldwin, the applicant a variance setback on Edna to construct a 2-story addition, both attached to the dwelling, be granted as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case number 280 of 2026, the fences that we reserve decision for a physical inspection.
You wanted to inspect that, Mr. Pellegrini?
I will.
Okay, we'll do that. All right, next case, 1182 of 2026. The case is 3004 Burns Avenue Associates LLC. This is a request for a variance to store the commercial vehicles. Unique case, obviously, along with waiving the off-street parking required with the drainage, the asphalt, paving, lighting, and striping. We had the testimony from the experts as to all the things they're going to do to landscape the area to make safety issues, how they're going to keep it permeable with the gravel. Is there any, does someone in the board want to?
This Mill Burns. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Joe spoke to him about that. Christina would, as it relates to we won't ever build houses on her, do we want to put that as a condition or?
I mean, I think we can. He did agree to it, and he would not build any multifamily dwelling units.
So we want to make them keep that residential piece of property commercial. Right?
Essentially, what's wild is we found out that the default is Res B. So even though this is right next to an industrially zoned parcel, it's default zoned Res B, which is wild.
So I think this is another good candidate, Christine, I'm sorry, to write something out because of the uniqueness of it and whether or not how we want to characterize the grant, if you get my drift, and the issues about put in something about the landscaping they've agreed to put in, and that they're not paving it. I think that's relevant. They're not paving it. They're putting in crushed rock so it will remain permeable.
And they said that they're not going to house any of the vehicles. They're not going to build anything. They're going to be out in the open.
Okay, so it's going to be uncovered storage.
Correct.
Yes.
Right? Yep.
And permeable landscape. Okay, so that's that. Okay, as it relates to case 183 and 184, I guess 183, 184. We're just going to have her prepare. She's going to prepare something.
Sorry.
So 183, 184, 640, and 641. Those are the cases in Uniondale. The applicant Michael A. Cardinale Jr. and Edward LaGuardia. Today is the day for famous New York names. These are variances for a subdivision, lots and garages to go with them, lot area occupied, side yard, construct detached two-car garage. Another one, construct detached garage, lot B, and then the subdivision, which includes lot area, front width, side yard aggregate, maintain a dwelling, and the other is subdivision, lot area, front width, and construct a dwelling on lot B. Discussion and motion.
I know.
We need CEQA on 2 of them.
All of the cases.
They all go together.
On,
641 need the secret determination.
Yes.
on cases 1183 of 26, Uniondale Michael Cardinale, and on case number 1184, 26, Uniondale Michael Cardinale, I move that we grant it with subdivision conditions, also that they have to build they're going to keep one garage and build one other.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
On
Okay.
case 640 and 641, I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the secret determination based on the testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we have reviewed and analyzed.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
On case 640 and 641 of 25, Michael Cardinale subdivision, I move that we grant it with subdivision conditions.
Second,
Second.
aye.
Aye.
Christina, and those conditions that we're going to put on the subdivision, I don't know if we have to put them on I don't know how the document's going to come out of the office, but we might have to add them to the garage cases. I don't know, to keep it with it.
Yeah, so I do the cases generally separately, but it might be prudent to have the two cases together and they have the same conditions.
Perfect.
Okay, you do.
Otherwise, I mean, I think that cases 1183 and 1184 could also just be granted as requested.
Okay.
Separate from
Yeah.
So
One needs new house conditions. Yeah.
So we'll figure it out on our end.
Okay, great. And then the last case, I think we have to hold. We need the full contingent here. I'll go look at the area again. I'm sure others might want to. John probably wants to look at it. So, yeah, we have to hold that and do some recon and figure out, how to handle that. All right, is there anything else?
I move that we close the hearing and adjourn to June 3rd.
Okay, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, June 3rd?
Question on that last case. No, off the record, obviously.
Point Lookout?
Lookout one?